The Secrets Within Aion. A descent into the symbolic heart of Aion, where Carl Jung unravels the mysteries of the self, the shadow of history, and the silent tension between opposites that shapes the human soul. This exploration reveals the hidden architecture of archetypes that govern the unfolding of consciousness, exposing the deep currents that bind the individual to the collective psyche. Within Aion, Jung traces the cosmic drama between light and darkness, Christ and Antichrist, fate and freedom, revealing the secret forces that guide psychological transformation and the evolution of the human spirit. A complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Overview of Jung's Aion and its impact. Carl Jung's Aion is more than just a book, it's a revelation, a glimpse into the undercurrents that shape human destiny. Jung wasn't simply theorizing, he was uncovering the unseen forces of the collective unconscious that dictate the rhythm of historical cycles. He challenges the comforting notion of free will by proposing that humanity's path is not entirely self-directed. Instead, it unfolds as a predetermined trajectory shaped by psychological and spiritual transformations over millennia. This perspective feels unsettling, doesn't it? To realize that the so-called age of reason may just be another illusion, masking a deeper, uncontrollable evolution guided by ancient psychic energies and archetypes. The core of Aion lies in understanding how humanity moves through cosmic cycles, each marked by profound psychological shifts. Jung posits that the Christian age, for example, was not a mere religious era, but a cosmic phase dominated by specific archetypal energies. As this age draws to a close, he foresees the return of the Antichrist, not as a villainous figure, but as a necessary counterbalance in the ongoing transformation. It's not about good versus evil, it's about integration and evolution. If you think about it, historical transformations often involve the collision of opposites. Take the Renaissance, where religious orthodoxy clashed with scientific awakening, forging a new cultural identity. Jung sees similar dynamics in the transition from the Christian age to the age of Aquarius. Jung's bold critique of modernity hits hard when he questions humanity's obsession with autonomy. In his view, this belief in self-determination blinds us to the reality of deeper patterns that govern our actions. It's like trying to control ocean tides with a broom. Sure, we have agency on a personal level, but on a grander scale, we're swept along by currents far beyond our control. Jung's insight invites us to reflect on how our sense of personal freedom might just be a fleeting illusion within a grand, cosmic choreography. Have you ever noticed how history repeats itself, despite our determination to do better? That's no coincidence. It's the collective unconscious steering our fate. One of Jung's most audacious ideas is that even spiritual enlightenment follows a pattern, one dictated by humanity's collective psyche rather than individual willpower. Imagine striving for spiritual ascension only to realize that your progress is mapped out by energies rooted in ancient mythologies and archetypal dynamics. This deterministic view doesn't sit well with our modern ethos of self-empowerment, does it? Yet, it explains why even the most revolutionary thinkers often circle back to themes rooted in antiquity. Whether through Greek mythology or Christian doctrine, the same archetypes persist, guiding collective transformation. Ultimately, Aion is not about giving answers, but about challenging our perception of freedom and destiny. Jung dares us to look beyond surface-level understandings and consider how historical cycles influence our personal evolution. Think of the rise and fall of empires, each marked by visionary leaders who seem almost destined to shape their era, like Napoleon or Alexander the Great. These figures didn't just appear out of nowhere. They embodied the collective energy of their time, shaped by unseen forces that transcend individual ambition. If humanity is truly driven by such archetypal currents, what does that mean for our future? The end of the Christian age and the rise of the Antichrist. Jung didn't mince words when he asserted that the Christian age is drawing to a close, making way for something far more complex and unsettling. According to Aion, this transition is not just a religious phenomenon, but a fundamental shift in the collective unconscious. The rise of the Antichrist, in Jung's eyes, is not the doomsday prophecy that popular culture makes it out to be. Instead, it's the emergence of an opposing force, one that balances the archetype of Christ. In the grand scheme of human evolution, opposing energies are necessary to bring balance. It's like the yin-yang principle embedded within the psyche, demanding that light and shadow coexist for true transformation. The Antichrist's rise symbolizes the confrontation between deeply ingrained spiritual ideals and the shadow they've inadvertently created. Throughout history, societies that held rigid moral structures often faced backlash from the very principles they tried to suppress. Think of the Enlightenment pushing back against the dogma of the Church, or the cultural revolutions that erupted in reaction to political tyranny. Jung believed that the Christian archetype had dominated for so long that its shadow, the Antichrist, had grown equally immense, ready to burst forth and demand recognition. This isn't just about religion, it's about psychological balance on a grand cosmic scale. In practical terms, it's like watching a tightly controlled society suddenly erupt into chaos when repression reaches its breaking point. We've seen it happen in revolutions and cultural upheavals, where the repressed psyche of a population finally asserts itself. Jung saw the Antichrist not as a malevolent figure, but as the embodiment of everything suppressed by centuries of Christian moralism. It's a collective manifestation, rather than an individual antagonist. This is where the age of Aquarius comes into play, an era promising integration, rather than domination, of one principle over another. So what does this mean for us, living in the shadow of this cosmic shift? It means grappling with the uncomfortable realization that what we've labeled as evil may simply be the return of neglected aspects of the human psyche. Integrating the Antichrist archetype means acknowledging our shadow without being consumed by it. It's about understanding that transformation requires the fusion of opposites, rather than the eradication of what we fear. If you've ever struggled with accepting your own darker impulses, or found yourself at odds with societal norms, you're not alone. It's part of this grand shift toward collective self-awareness. Jung's vision is bold and uncompromising. Humanity must embrace the shadow it has long denied. The rise of the Antichrist is not the end, but a new beginning, an era where unity emerges not from purity, but from integration. It's a provocative idea that challenges us to reconsider our deepest beliefs. If you think about it, transformation often comes not from comfort, but from conflict, forcing us to reconcile the light with the dark. As the age of Aquarius unfolds, will we have the courage to face our own inner Antichrist? Jung and Nietzsche, a philosophical collision. Carl Jung and Friedrich Nietzsche might seem worlds apart at first glance, but their philosophies collided in ways that reshaped modern thought. Jung, the visionary of the collective unconscious, and Nietzsche, the prophet of the Übermensch, both grappled with the implications of a world where God was declared dead. While Nietzsche saw this as liberation, a call for humanity to rise above conventional morality, Jung perceived it as a profound existential crisis. Nietzsche's assertion that traditional values were obsolete left a vacuum, and Jung saw the collective unconscious rushing to fill it with archetypal energies that could just as easily destroy as uplift. Jung wasn't blind to Nietzsche's genius, but he was cautious about the consequences of unbridled self-assertion. Nietzsche's Übermensch embodied a fierce individualism that broke free from the shackles of religious dogma, but Jung warned that without integration, this raw power could lead to catastrophe. The shadow, for instance, represents those aspects of ourselves we'd rather deny, primal instincts and darker impulses. Nietzsche encouraged embracing these forces, while Jung stressed that without acknowledgement and integration, they'd manifest destructively. Consider the rise of totalitarian movements in the 20th century, charismatic leaders tapping into collective resentment and unprocessed shadow energy, transforming idealism into tyranny. In contrast to Nietzsche's fierce will to power, Jung sought balance, an equilibrium where the shadow doesn't dominate but coexists with the conscious self. While Nietzsche championed the breaking of all chains, Jung reminded us that some chains, like moral restraint, hold the psyche together. It's no coincidence that Nietzsche's vision sparked both radical inspiration and terrifying consequences, as seen in ideologies that twisted his words into justifications for oppression. Jung believed that true transformation comes not from reckless abandon, but from the careful integration of conflicting inner forces. Think about it. How often do people romanticize rebellion without considering its darker implications? Jung's critique of Nietzsche wasn't rooted in disdain, but in concern for humanity's psychological well-being. He saw the Übermensch as an ideal that could easily spiral into chaos if pursued without self-awareness. Nietzsche's call to transcend human limitations was undeniably seductive, but Jung knew that ignoring the unconscious made this pursuit perilous. Personal growth, according to Jung, involves not just breaking free from old paradigms, but understanding why they existed in the first place. After all, revolutions that disregard the psyche's complexity often replace one tyranny with another. It's not about abandoning our wild instincts, but channeling them responsibly. The clash between Jung and Nietzsche was more than just intellectual. It was a confrontation between two visions of human potential. Jung knew that the will to power could liberate or destroy, depending on whether the shadow was acknowledged or repressed. Nietzsche's proclamation of the death of God left a gap that Jung aimed to fill with a new understanding of the psyche's depth. Rather than rejecting Nietzsche's insights, Jung sought to ground them in the reality of human nature, imperfect, fragmented, but capable of integration. The challenge isn't to dominate the shadow, but to dialogue with it, forging a balanced inner world. As we continue to explore these ideas, the next step is to examine how the shadow itself plays out within our lives and cultures. The shadow and its integration. The shadow is not just a concept, it's a fundamental part of who we are. Carl Jung knew that denying it would only lead to chaos, both within ourselves and society at large. The shadow represents the darker, often uncomfortable aspects of the psyche that we prefer to ignore, our fears, selfish desires, and unspoken resentments. But here's the kicker: repressing the shadow doesn't make it disappear. Instead, it festers, manifesting in subtle ways that sabotage our lives. Just think about how envy can poison relationships, or how suppressed anger can erupt when least expected. Jung warned that without conscious integration, the shadow would inevitably find a way to break through. The tricky part is recognizing the shadow without being overwhelmed by it. Many people convince themselves they're too virtuous to harbor such darkness, but that's exactly how the shadow gains control, by hiding in plain sight. The moment you claim moral superiority, your shadow waits for the perfect opportunity to prove you wrong. It's like those moments when a calm, collected person suddenly snaps, revealing a side they never thought existed. Jung emphasized that real transformation happens not by pretending to be flawless, but by acknowledging and integrating these unsettling aspects. Think of it as psychological alchemy, turning base instincts into personal growth. Jung didn't just identify the problem, he offered a path forward: individuation. It's the process of becoming whole by uniting the conscious self with the unconscious parts, including the shadow. Imagine someone who embraces their ambition without letting it become ruthless. Or a person who acknowledges their anger, but channels it into passion rather than destruction. This isn't about glorifying negative traits, but understanding that they serve a purpose. Instead of rejecting jealousy outright, one might examine why it arises, perhaps revealing insecurities that need addressing. Shadow work isn't comfortable, but it's vital if we're serious about personal evolution. Collectively, societies also have shadows, national guilt, cultural biases, and historical traumas that go unaddressed. When these shadows aren't integrated, they manifest as social unrest or scapegoating, where entire groups bear the burden of repressed collective pain. Look at how nations that refuse to confront their histories of violence or oppression often repeat the same patterns. Jung understood that humanity's future hinges on this integration, individually and collectively. If entire civilizations neglect their shadows, the consequences ripple through generations. Acknowledging the shadow means admitting uncomfortable truths and working through them rather than letting them dictate our actions unconsciously. The process of shadow integration is ongoing. You don't just confront your darker side once and call it a day. It requires constant awareness and humility, recognizing that no matter how evolved you become, there's always more to uncover. It's the difference between aspiring to be perfect and striving to be whole. People often avoid this work because it's raw and uncomfortable, but without it, real transformation is impossible. Instead of fearing your shadow, make it your ally, learn from it, understand its motives, and consciously decide how to respond. Only then can you break the cycle of self-sabotage and emerge stronger and more complete. And as we move from personal transformation to collective insight, it's essential to consider how broader cultural forces influence this journey. The role of astrology and collective energy. Astrology has been misunderstood for centuries, dismissed as mere superstition by those who fail to grasp its deeper implications. Carl Jung wasn't interested in astrology as a fortune-telling gimmick. He saw it as a symbolic map of the collective unconscious. To Jung, astrological signs represented archetypal energies that permeate human consciousness, shaping cultural dynamics and individual psyches alike. Think of it as the cosmic fingerprint left on humanity, a blueprint that guides not just individual fates, but the evolution of entire civilizations. While skeptics scoff at the idea of planetary influence, Jung recognized that astrology taps into the same symbolic language that shapes myths, religions, and psychological transformations. One of the most striking ideas Jung presented was that astrological cycles mirror the transformation of collective energy throughout history. The shift from the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius, for example, isn't just an astrological transition, but a profound shift in human consciousness. The age of Pisces, dominated by themes of sacrifice and faith, mirrors the rise of Christianity and its deep-rooted emphasis on redemption through suffering. But as this era wanes, the age of Aquarius emerges, an age marked by intellect, innovation, and collective awakening. It's no coincidence that societal values are shifting toward individual freedom and collective responsibility as Aquarius rises. Astrology, in this sense, serves as a symbolic compass for understanding how collective energy moves through historical cycles. It's not about predicting whether you'll find love next week or get that promotion. Instead, it's about recognizing patterns that influence collective transformation. Just as weather patterns influence agriculture, astrological patterns shape cultural movements and ideological shifts. Think of the 1960s, a time marked by rebellion and innovation, coinciding with astrological alignments that encouraged radical change. Whether consciously acknowledged or not, these cycles resonate through human history, guiding the unconscious forces that shape revolutions and awakenings. The skeptic might argue that this sounds too abstract, but Jung's point wasn't to convince anyone of astrology's predictive power. Instead, he saw it as a metaphor for understanding the collective unconscious. When we see mass movements or ideological shifts, they don't just appear out of nowhere. They emerge from the undercurrents of collective energy that astrology symbolically maps. It's not about whether astrology is scientifically measurable, but whether it captures the archetypal narratives guiding human evolution. By embracing this perspective, we can better understand why certain eras seem obsessed with particular ideas while others swing in the opposite direction. Jung's insight into astrology wasn't an endorsement of fatalism, but a recognition that collective energies move in cycles. Just as the moon affects the tides, the collective unconscious responds to archetypal influences that shape eras and ideologies. The age of Aquarius challenges us to embrace innovation and interconnectedness, but without integrating the lessons of Pisces, compassion and sacrifice, we risk losing the human touch amid progress. It's a delicate dance between freedom and responsibility, individuality and community. As we transition into this new age, the challenge lies in balancing intellect with empathy, forging a path where collective energy doesn't overshadow individual growth. With the dawn of Aquarius upon us, how will we harmonize progress with purpose? Visionaries and the collective imagination. Visionaries don't just see the future, they sense the pulse of the collective unconscious, tapping into psychic energy that resonates with entire generations. Carl Jung believed that certain individuals could channel archetypal forces, embodying the spirit of their age in ways that shape history. These visionaries don't emerge randomly. They arise when collective energy demands transformation. Think of Napoleon, whose ambition and leadership became a symbol of revolutionary change. Or Hitler, who tragically channeled a dark, distorted collective rage. Whether for good or evil, these figures didn't just act, they embodied the psychic climate of their time. Jung saw visionaries as conduits of the collective imagination, able to give form to latent desires, fears, and aspirations. It's as if their minds were antennas, tuned to the unspoken needs of humanity. When cultural paradigms grow stagnant, these figures burst forth, embodying the longing for renewal or dominance. Visionaries, in this sense, are neither inherently good nor evil. They are forces of nature, driven by collective energy. What makes them powerful isn't just their charisma, but their uncanny ability to articulate what the masses feel but can't express. In a way, they make the invisible visible, bringing the unconscious to the forefront. Consider how certain artists and thinkers also act as visionaries. Jung himself was one of these figures, peering into the collective soul and mapping out the unconscious forces shaping modern identity. Writers like Dostoevsky and Nietzsche also tapped into this reservoir, articulating existential crises that resonated with shifting social dynamics. Whether through literature, philosophy, or politics, these visionaries don't just reflect the world, they redefine it. Even today, figures like Elon Musk can be seen as modern visionaries, symbolizing both the promise and the peril of technological ambition. Love them or hate them, they embody the zeitgeist. Visionaries challenge our comfort zones because they disrupt established norms and force us to rethink our assumptions. When Steve Jobs declared that technology could be beautiful and intuitive, he wasn't just pushing a product, he was channeling a deeper human desire for simplicity amidst complexity. Similarly, Martin Luther King Jr. didn't just preach about civil rights. He spoke to a collective yearning for justice that transcended racial and social boundaries. The power of visionaries lies not just in their ideas, but in their ability to resonate with the collective psyche, igniting movements that change the course of history. But there's a shadow side to this phenomenon, when the collective energy they embody becomes distorted or malevolent. Visionaries can just as easily channel fear and resentment as hope and innovation. That's why Jung emphasized the need for self-awareness, both on an individual and societal level. The question isn't whether visionaries will emerge, they always do, but whether we will recognize the collective energy they personify and steer it toward growth rather than destruction. As we continue to explore the nature of the unconscious, it becomes crucial to differentiate between visionaries who uplift and those who exploit our deepest fears. Freud versus Jung on the nature of the unconscious. The clash between Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung wasn't just a professional disagreement, it was a philosophical war over the essence of the human psyche. Freud, with his unyielding focus on sexuality and primal drives, saw the unconscious as a chaotic, dark basement where repressed desires festered. To him, every neurosis could be traced back to some unresolved sexual conflict, as if the human soul was nothing more than a battleground for carnal impulses. Jung, on the other hand, couldn't accept such a reductionist view. He saw the unconscious not just as a repository of primal urges, but as a vast, dynamic realm of symbols, archetypes, and collective wisdom. For Jung, the unconscious wasn't just personal, it was collective, holding the myths and stories that humanity has shared across ages. Imagine it like this. Freud treated the unconscious like a sewer that needed to be dredged, while Jung saw it as an ocean, vast, deep, and full of uncharted mysteries. Jung's approach embraced spirituality, mythology, and symbolic representation, pushing beyond the purely biological explanations Freud clung to. Take the archetype of the shadow, for instance. Freud might interpret it as an unresolved Oedipal conflict, while Jung would view it as the sum of repressed elements that must be integrated for wholeness. This difference wasn't just theoretical, it shaped how both men approached therapy. Freud's psychoanalysis sought to excavate trauma, while Jung's analytical psychology aimed at integration and self-discovery. Their conflict reached a boiling point because Jung dared to question Freud's insistence on sexual determinism. While Freud believed that human behavior could be traced back to childhood traumas and sexual impulses, Jung argued that spiritual transformation and mythological resonance played a crucial role. To Jung, mythology wasn't just fantasy, it was a map of the psyche, guiding people through their internal labyrinths. Think of it like comparing a mechanic to an artist. Freud wanted to fix the broken parts, while Jung wanted to understand the patterns and stories behind the dysfunction. Their split wasn't just intellectual, it was emotional, fueled by Jung's unwillingness to reduce human complexity to simple biology. Jung's break with Freud marked a turning point not just for psychology, but for how we understand ourselves. By embracing the symbolic and the spiritual, Jung allowed for a richer, more nuanced approach to mental health. Imagine a person struggling with a deep sense of emptiness. Freud might attribute it to sexual frustration or childhood repression, but Jung would see it as a spiritual crisis, a call to explore one's deeper purpose and embrace the transformative journey of individuation. This difference matters because it shapes how we approach healing, whether through confronting primal urges or seeking integration with the unconscious. While Freud's model is still influential, Jung's vision resonates more with those seeking meaning beyond the material. It challenges us to see our struggles not just as neuroses, but as invitations to transformation. In an age where anxiety and existential dread are rampant, Jung's approach provides a roadmap to wholeness that transcends mere symptom management. As we navigate modern challenges, the need for a holistic understanding of the psyche becomes more evident. Yet, the next step is to examine how these unconscious forces manifest in times of crisis, shaping collective visions that ripple through history. The end times and apocalyptic visions. Carl Jung's fascination with apocalyptic visions wasn't just an abstract intellectual exercise. It was a profound exploration of humanity's collective unconscious during times of upheaval. He observed that when societies undergo drastic change, their collective psyche often projects catastrophic imagery, as if the unconscious itself senses the end of an era. It's not just paranoia or superstition. These visions emerge from deep psychological tension, reflecting an inner conflict that demands transformation. Think of World War I and World War II, where dreams of destruction and chaos surfaced globally, mirroring the collapse of old structures and the painful birth of a new world order. Jung knew that these visions weren't mere fantasies. They were expressions of psychic energy struggling to reconcile with profound change. The concept of apocalyptic visions is rooted in mythological archetypes that persist through centuries. From ancient prophecies to modern dystopian narratives, humanity's fear of the end times is both timeless and universal. Jung believed that these visions weren't literal predictions, but symbolic representations of inner turmoil. When the collective energy of a civilization becomes stagnant or corrupted, the unconscious mind conjures images of destruction as a way to purge and reset. It's like a forest fire that, despite its devastation, makes way for new growth. Rather than fearing these visions, Jung encouraged us to see them as calls for introspection, reminders that old paradigms must dissolve for something new to emerge. When we consider apocalyptic themes in modern culture, it's striking how prevalent they've become. Whether through climate disaster movies, zombie apocalypses, or tales of societal collapse, there's an almost obsessive fixation on how it all ends. This isn't random. It reflects a collective anxiety about the future, where technology, social inequality, and existential dread converge into a single narrative of inevitable downfall. Jung would argue that this obsession isn't just escapism, it's an unconscious acknowledgement that our current way of living is unsustainable. The psyche, sensing impending transformation, projects its fear of collapse as a way to confront uncomfortable truths. Jung's own apocalyptic visions, recorded during periods of intense personal crisis, were not just personal nightmares, they were insights into humanity's collective state. He saw his visions not as warnings of literal doom, but as symbolic indications that humanity was on the brink of a new epoch. The end of the Christian age, with its emphasis on sacrifice and redemption, was giving way to the age of Aquarius, a period characterized by individuality, innovation, and communal consciousness. The Antichrist archetype, emerging from the shadows, wasn't a monster to be feared, but a representation of repressed aspects demanding integration. Jung's challenge to us is to understand these visions not as fate, but as opportunities for growth and reflection. So, what do we do with this understanding? Instead of fixating on the imagery of doom, we need to ask ourselves what these visions are trying to teach us. They compel us to examine our lives, our values, and our relationship with the world around us. When society feels fractured and the future uncertain, it's tempting to succumb to despair. But Jung's insight reminds us that apocalyptic visions aren't about the end, they're about transformation. They're collective wake-up calls to face the shadow and move beyond fear. As we stand on the precipice of profound change, the question isn't whether we'll face darkness, it's whether we'll use it as a catalyst for a new beginning. Understanding Jung's concept of the self and ego. When Carl Jung dived deep into researches into the phenomenology of the self, he cracked open something few ever dared to touch: the distinction between who we think we are and who we really are. The ego, that busy little voice narrating your life, is just the tip of the iceberg. Most people cling to it like it's the captain of the ship, when in reality, it's more like a loud passenger, believing it's in control, yet unaware of the vast unconscious currents beneath. Jung teaches that the self is the whole psyche, both conscious and unconscious, and unless we're willing to look below the surface, we'll stay trapped in a very shallow sense of identity. Think about it. How often do we confuse ourselves with our thoughts, our job titles, or our social roles? That's the ego talking. But the self, in Jungian terms, is far more mysterious and powerful. It's the totality of who we are, including our deepest dreams, repressed fears, archetypal patterns, and ancient psychic energy that pulses beneath our awareness. It's like comparing a flashlight to the sun, useful, sure, but nowhere near the whole picture. And when someone only operates from the ego, they're just scratching the surface of their potential. Take, for instance, the difference between reacting and reflecting. When someone cuts you off in traffic and you explode with rage, that's the ego defending its fragile sense of control. But when you pause, breathe, and ask, "Why did that hit me so hard?" you're beginning to touch the self. That's where real personal development begins, not in controlling the outer world, but in uncovering what's steering you from within. Jung wasn't suggesting we destroy the ego. He was showing us it's not the whole story. And oh, how many stories remain unread within us. Many people today are waking up to this idea, especially through practices like shadow work, meditation, and active imagination. These aren't trendy spiritual buzzwords. They're tools to dialogue with the unconscious, to see what the ego cannot. If you're looking for somewhere to start, Jung's The Red Book is a terrifying and beautiful map into that realm. But so is journaling every morning, or paying attention to recurring symbols in your dreams. These small acts are doorways into the vast mansion of the self, where the ego is just one room among many. So when you find yourself asking, "Who am I really?" you're not being dramatic, you're standing at the threshold of Jung's deepest insight. The journey from ego to self is the path of real spiritual growth, identity expansion, and consciousness. But to even take that first step, you'll need to understand how the ego operates, and more importantly, how little it knows about what's truly driving you. The ego's role in consciousness. The ego, as Jung describes, is like the lighthouse keeper of our psyche, perched high, scanning the surface, yet unaware of the vast ocean below. It organizes our conscious thoughts, mediates our identity, and allows us to say, "I am." But it's far from being the commander-in-chief. According to Carl Jung, the ego is just the center of consciousness, not the whole personality. The real powerhouse lies in the unconscious, silently shaping emotions, choices, and desires that often feel like free will, but aren't fully under our control. Think about a moment when you acted completely out of character, maybe snapping at someone or making a reckless decision, and later you asked yourself, "What got into me?" That's the unconscious speaking through a crack in the ego's polished mask. We like to believe we're in charge, that our thoughts and behaviors are carefully curated. But Jung reminds us, the ego is limited, shaped by external conditioning and internal fears, blind to the deeper self that's constantly influencing it. Consciousness, then, is less like a spotlight and more like a candle in a vast, shadowed room. Understanding this limited scope of the ego is crucial for personal development. When someone identifies too strongly with their ego, they begin to resist change, avoid discomfort, and ignore signs from the unconscious. That's where shadow work becomes a necessary companion, offering a way to look inward and dismantle the illusion of control. Journaling, dream analysis, and therapeutic introspection are simple yet powerful ways to start this dialogue. Because let's face it, if your ego is the only voice you're listening to, you're missing the real counsel. But this isn't about demonizing the ego. Jung didn't want us to eliminate it. He wanted us to reposition it. The ego plays a vital role. It helps us make decisions, relate socially, and build coherent narratives about our lives. The problem is when it starts believing it's the self. That's like a tour guide forgetting they're not the museum. You need the ego, but you also need to recognize when it's standing in the way of deeper truths. And the unconscious has no shortage of creative ways to make itself known when ignored, often through projection, conflict, or even illness. So the next time you catch yourself overly defending your opinions, obsessing over how you're perceived, or avoiding honest self-reflection, pause. That's your ego, holding the wheel a bit too tight. And if you dare to loosen its grip, to question what's beneath the surface, you might just discover how the unconscious is gently trying to nudge you towards something bigger than certainty. Free will versus determinism. Free will, the sacred cow of modern identity. We love to believe we're in charge, don't we? That every decision, every success or failure is ours alone. But Jung throws a wrench into this comforting narrative. In his view, what we call free will is often the ego mistaking unconscious impulses for conscious choice. Behind every "I decided to," there's a personal unconscious and a collective unconscious quietly scripting scenes, planting mythic symbols, and directing psychic energy where it sees fit, often without our permission or awareness. Let's say you've always chosen partners who end up abandoning you. At first glance, that looks like bad luck. But peel the layers and you'll find archetypes, perhaps the orphan, the wounded child, or the trickster, lurking in the collective unconscious, reenacting a script that's older than your name. Jung believed these patterns weren't coincidences. They were psychological blueprints passed down through generations. And the ego? It just walks onto the stage thinking it's improv, unaware the lines were written long before the curtain rose. This doesn't mean we're puppets, helpless in the face of fate. Far from it. What Jung offers is a middle path. Yes, unconscious forces are real and powerful, but through self-awareness, we can begin to co-author the story. That's where free will emerges, not from denial of determinism, but from our willingness to see what's really shaping our choices. Meditation, active imagination, and honest shadow work are like flashlights in a cave. You don't control the cave's layout, but you can choose how far you're willing to explore it. One practical way to explore this balance is by tracking patterns in your emotional responses. Start a reaction journal. Each time something triggers a strong response, anger, fear, desire, write it down. Then ask, what archetype could be at play here? Is this really my choice, or a rerun of an unconscious program? You'll be amazed how often what feels like a decision is just the ego following an old groove carved by psychic energy and mythic symbols embedded deep in the psyche. So while we may never have absolute control, we do have something better, the ability to participate consciously in our own becoming, to take the hand of the unconscious rather than letting it shove us from behind. The unconscious and its influence. The unconscious isn't some dusty archive locked away in your mind. It's a living, breathing force that shapes every decision, every reaction, and every dream. Carl Jung taught that the unconscious is split into two key parts: the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious. While the ego struts around believing it's calling the shots, the unconscious quietly feeds it thoughts, emotions, and impulses like a backstage director. If you've ever said, "I don't know why I did that," you've had a brush with this invisible power. The self, as Jung defines it, can never be fully known without diving into these deeper layers. And until you do, you're operating on partial power, like trying to sail with half a mast. The personal unconscious holds your forgotten memories, repressed emotions, and unresolved traumas. It's like a vault of psychic energy built from everything you've experienced but couldn't process. Ever had a sudden wave of anxiety in a familiar situation? That's likely your personal unconscious pulling on old strings. Jung believed that ignoring these cues was dangerous. They don't disappear. They simply erupt in other forms. That passive-aggressive text you sent? That repeated relationship pattern? Often, those are echoes from this hidden realm. Facing them requires courage, but also grants immense freedom. Because what remains unconscious will continue to run your life, and you'll keep calling it fate. Then there's the collective unconscious, a deeper, more mysterious layer that connects all of us. It holds archetypes, universal mythic symbols like the hero, the mother, the trickster, that influence how we interpret the world. These symbols aren't learned, they're inherited. You might dream of a snake or a cave without ever having read Jung, but those images still hold meaning rooted in our shared human experience. They're ancient templates the psyche uses to make sense of the unknown. Jung argued that understanding these symbols isn't just interesting, it's essential for spiritual growth and identity formation. They show up in dreams, myths, films, and even our day-to-day dramas. To interact with the unconscious, start simply. Keep a dream journal. Pay attention to recurring themes, people, or places in your dreams. Notice what emotions surface during your day that feel irrational or disproportionate. These are doorways into deeper truths. Reading Man and His Symbols, or exploring active imagination exercises can help decode what your unconscious is trying to reveal. It's like learning a new language, a symbolic, intuitive one that bypasses logic and speaks directly to the self. And once you start decoding it, everything changes. You begin to realize your life isn't just happening to you. It's being co-authored by a part of you that's been hidden all along. So when you feel pulled towards something you don't understand, an image, a person, a story, pause. Ask yourself what's really at play. Because the unconscious doesn't knock politely. It moves through dreams, slips of the tongue, strong emotions, and unexpected moments. The persona and its relationship to the ego. The persona is like a well-tailored suit we wear to function in society. Carl Jung described it as the mask we put on to navigate the outside world, an identity shaped by expectations, roles, and norms. It allows the ego to interact with others smoothly. But here's the catch. Many people confuse the persona with the self. They begin to believe the performance is who they truly are. That's when things get messy. The persona, if left unchecked, becomes a prison. And the longer you stay in character, the harder it is to remember who you were before the show began. Imagine a doctor who never steps out of the healer role, even with friends and family. Or a corporate executive who forgets how to play, relax, or cry. These aren't rare cases. They're everyday examples of people trapped by their persona. The ego, in its attempt to maintain control and gain approval, fuses with this mask. The result? A slow erosion of authenticity. Jung warned that the more you identify with your persona, the more the unconscious will rebel through depression, anxiety, or sudden identity crises. The self longs to be whole, and a life lived only on the surface can't sustain that longing. Shadow work becomes essential here, because behind every polished persona is a shadow full of denied desires, forgotten passions, and repressed truths. If your persona is the diplomat, your shadow might be the warrior. If you're always agreeable, your shadow may contain rage. Recognizing this duality doesn't mean throwing off the persona. It means understanding it's just one layer. Try this. Write down the roles you play daily. Then ask, what am I hiding to keep these roles intact? That question alone can crack open long-buried parts of your psyche and invite real integration. The goal isn't to kill the persona, it's to make it transparent. When the ego uses the persona consciously, it becomes a tool rather than a disguise. You can switch roles without losing yourself. You can navigate society while staying anchored in your deeper truth. Jung believed that spiritual growth involves knowing when you're acting and why. It's the difference between a performer who knows they're on stage and one who's forgotten they're in costume. And that awareness, rooted in self-awareness and honesty, is where personal development begins to flourish. So if you're feeling stuck, anxious, or fake, it might not be your life that's the problem, it might be the mask. And once you start peeling it back, layer by layer, you begin to hear the whispers of something deeper. Something older than the persona. Something buried, maybe but never gone. Integration and shadow work. Shadow work isn't about fixing yourself. It's about meeting the parts of you that have been exiled. Carl Jung described the shadow as the unconscious container of everything we deny, reject, or fear within ourselves. It holds the traits we call bad, but also suppressed talents, desires, and truths we've buried to fit into the world. Integration is the process of bringing those parts back into conscious awareness, not to indulge them, but to understand them. And that's where real self-awareness begins. Not in polishing your image, but in looking into your darkness without flinching. Because what you avoid owns you. Imagine you're constantly people-pleasing. Everyone thinks you're kind, easygoing, dependable. But inside, you're exhausted, resentful, boiling. That's a classic sign your shadow is crying out to be seen. Beneath that agreeable persona might be suppressed anger, unmet needs, or a fierce inner warrior longing for voice. Jung insisted that if you don't do this work consciously, it will burst out unconsciously, often in destructive ways. So yes, shadow work is uncomfortable, but it's also a gateway to freedom. You stop reacting and start responding from a place of wholeness. Start small. Keep a journal of moments when your emotions spike, envy, rage, shame, pride. These are invitations from your shadow. Ask, what part of me is being triggered here? What am I trying to hide? Books like Owning Your Own Shadow by Robert A. Johnson or Meeting the Shadow edited by Connie Zweig are great companions on this path. And don't be afraid to talk to a therapist or mentor who understands depth psychology. The unconscious is not a place you want to explore entirely alone. It's filled with illusions, projections, and trickster energy that can easily derail the ego. Integration doesn't mean becoming perfect, it means becoming real. When you bring your shadow into the light, you reclaim psychic energy that was previously bound in suppression. You start to feel more whole, more grounded, more alive. That doesn't mean acting out every impulse, but rather understanding them, dialoguing with them. The parts of yourself you once hated become teachers. The inner critic becomes a guide. Even your shame can become a compass pointing to deeper healing. This is the terrain of spiritual growth, not love and light, but raw honesty and compassion. And here's the paradox. The more you face your shadow, the more love you're able to give and receive. Why? Because you're no longer projecting your darkness onto others. You see them more clearly. You hold space for their flaws because you've faced your own. Jung's critique of Freud's model of the unconscious. Carl Jung deeply respected Freud, but he didn't hesitate to challenge him where it mattered most: the nature of the unconscious. Freud saw the unconscious primarily as a vault of repressed desires, mostly sexual and aggressive instincts. In Freud's world, the ego was constantly under siege by forbidden urges that had to be suppressed for the sake of civilization. Jung, however, believed this view was far too narrow. Yes, the unconscious contains repressed material, but it also holds the seeds of creativity, wisdom, and transformation. It's not just a basement, it's also a cathedral. Jung argued that Freud's model ignored the spiritual and symbolic dimensions of the psyche. Reducing everything to libido, in Jung's eyes, was like trying to explain a symphony using only one note. He introduced the idea of the collective unconscious, those mythic symbols, archetypes, and patterns that connect all human beings. These weren't personal neuroses, they were ancient blueprints of consciousness. To Jung, the unconscious wasn't just a place of pathology, it was a source of renewal, purpose, and psychic energy. And that distinction would shape an entirely new path in depth psychology. Take dreams, for example. Freud would interpret them as wish fulfillment rooted in sexual repression. Jung saw them as messages from the self, encoded in archetypal imagery. A dream of drowning, for Freud, might symbolize suppressed desire. For Jung, it could signal a call to surrender ego control and descend into the unconscious to integrate a lost part of the self. This shift in interpretation is enormous. It means your dreams aren't betraying you, they're guiding you. And they deserve more reverence than analysis driven by old trauma scripts alone. If you've ever explored dream work and found Freud's lens lacking, you're not alone. Jung's approach opens new doors. Try recording your dreams and asking what archetype is appearing. Is it the shadow, the animus, the wise old man? Let those symbols speak to your current spiritual growth or emotional dilemmas. Books like Dreams by Jung himself or Inner Work by Robert A. Johnson can help translate these images beyond mere repressed impulses. They invite you into dialogue with your deeper self, not just your inner wounds. So while Freud gave us the shovel to dig into the unconscious, Jung gave us the compass. And once you realize the unconscious isn't just filled with darkness, but also with light, a new question begins to form. What exactly are these archetypes that live inside all of us, and how are they shaping the stories we live every day? Personal and collective unconscious. Understanding the difference between the personal and collective unconscious is like realizing there are two different rivers flowing beneath your thoughts, one from your personal past and one from humanity's ancient memory. Carl Jung made this distinction to help us better navigate our inner world. The personal unconscious is formed by your unique life experiences, forgotten memories, traumas, dreams, and suppressed emotions. The collective unconscious, on the other hand, is a deeper, inherited layer filled with archetypes and mythic symbols that connect you to every human who's ever lived. And yes, both influence you constantly, even when you think you're being purely rational. Let's say you have a fear of abandonment. That might stem from childhood wounds, something stored in your personal unconscious. But if you dream of being lost in a forest or left behind during a flood, you're now stepping into the symbolic language of the collective unconscious. Jung believed these dreams weren't just personal, they were messages from a shared psychic reservoir. They point to universal themes of separation, transformation, and rebirth. And if you learn how to interpret them, you unlock profound insights, not only into your personal development, but into the very structure of consciousness itself. When people ignore these unconscious layers, they often feel disconnected or fragmented. You might follow every self-help trend, journal religiously, and still feel like something's missing. That missing piece is usually the soul's longing to reconnect with the mythic, what Jung called the self, the wholeness that emerges when ego, personal unconscious, and collective unconscious begin to harmonize. This process isn't abstract. It can show up in therapy, in meaningful synchronicities, or in art that stirs something ancient inside you. That's the language of the unconscious knocking. If you want to begin bridging these layers, start by exploring recurring patterns in your life. What roles do you always fall into? What stories seem to repeat? Then, turn to mythology or Jungian psychology to see how your personal narrative fits into a larger archetypal pattern. For example, maybe you're living out the wounded healer or the reluctant hero. Books like The Archetypes and The Collective Unconscious or Clarissa Pinkola Estate's Women Who Run with the Wolves are great places to begin this inner excavation. The more symbolic connections you make, the more your personal wounds begin to make sense in a broader, timeless context. And once you've glimpsed how the personal and collective unconscious shape your identity, you'll never look at yourself the same way again. Because the truth is, you're not just an isolated self, you're a living thread in the vast tapestry of human experience. And now that we've laid that foundation, we can finally turn to what Jung believed was the core of this intricate journey, the dynamic tension between ego and self, and why the ego, in spite of its flaws, is absolutely necessary. The Anima and Animus. There's something profoundly humbling about realizing that parts of who we are remain hidden beneath the surface, operating silently in the background. Carl Jung wasn't just theorizing when he introduced the Anima and Animus. He was giving us a roadmap to meet the unseen forces inside us. The Anima represents the feminine within the male psyche, and the Animus, the masculine within the female. These archetypes, deeply rooted in the collective unconscious, aren't just poetic symbols. They shape how we perceive the opposite sex, ourselves, and the roles we play in relationships. For men, the anima often emerges in dreams, fantasies, and intense emotional reactions to women. You know that moment when a man meets a woman and feels like she's everything he's ever wanted, even though he barely knows her? That's not love, that's projection. It's his personal unconscious casting the feminine image it's been hiding all along. Similarly, for women, the animus can appear as the inner critic, the know-it-all voice, or even as a rebellious force demanding independence. These figures aren't random, they're built from myths, family dynamics, and society's expectations of gender roles. This dynamic plays out in real life more than people realize. Imagine a man who constantly falls for manic pixie dream girls, or a woman drawn to bad boys who never stick around. These aren't just bad luck, they're unconscious patterns, shaped by archetypes and fueled by projection making. The key to breaking free is individuation, the process of integrating these inner figures, understanding what they mean, and reclaiming parts of the self we've buried. It's not easy, but the reward is clarity, both in how we love and how we live. Whether you're a man learning to listen to his emotions without shame, or a woman claiming her voice in a world that's long tried to mute it, this work is where self-development stops being a buzzword and starts being a journey. These inner forces don't stay quiet forever. If we don't confront them, they show up in our relationships, careers, and even dreams, often causing chaos. The anima and animus aren't meant to be repressed or ignored. They're meant to be understood and integrated. And as we begin to see the shadow they cast in our daily lives, we naturally step into the next territory, the power of projection, and how it shapes not only who we love, but how we see the world itself. Projection and the shadow. Projection is one of the most deceptive tricks the mind plays on us. Jung knew this well. He described projection as the process by which we disown parts of ourselves, often hidden in the shadow, and see them in other people. When a man meets a woman who seems almost divine, chances are he's not seeing her clearly. He's seeing his anima, his inner feminine, reflected outward. The same happens when a woman meets a man she thinks is strong, assertive, and wise. That's often the animus talking. Projection is sneaky because it feels real. The shadow complicates all this. It holds the traits we've rejected, ignored, or feared. So instead of facing our insecurity, we project it onto others and call them weak. Instead of admitting our aggression, we see others as hostile. The anima and animus feed these projections too, by coloring how we experience the opposite sex. It's like walking around with a filter over our eyes, one we didn't even know we were wearing. Until we do shadow work, we keep falling into the same traps, idealizing, demonizing, misjudging, and calling it truth. Think of the guy who falls head over heels, only to blame the woman for changing later. Or the woman who dates emotionally unavailable men, convinced she can fix them. These are projections in action, driven by archetypes and distorted by unexamined patterns. Want to break the cycle? Start writing a projection journal. Each time someone triggers you, good or bad, ask, what part of me am I seeing in them? This practice sounds simple, but it cuts deep, and it's one of the most effective tools in self-development. Projection isn't just personal, it's cultural. Society projects collective unconscious content onto celebrities, political figures, and public enemies. This explains why people either worship or demonize leaders with almost religious fervor. We're not just reacting to the person, we're reacting to what they awaken inside us. That's the power of archetypes. They slip into our consciousness through stories, media, even the way we interpret myths. And unless we recognize them, we'll keep living out their scripts without even realizing who wrote them. The deeper you go into projection, the more obvious it becomes. You're not just relating to others, you're relating to yourself, disguised as someone else. And that's where true individuation begins. When you stop outsourcing your light and your darkness, you start owning both. But what happens when the very first projection we ever experience, our bond with the mother, sets the tone for how we relate to love, power, and the feminine itself? Oedipus and the mother-son relationship. Every man's first love story is silent, primal, and almost invisible to the conscious mind. It begins with the mother. Jung, along with Freud before him, understood that this bond forms the foundation of a man's emotional world. But while Freud focused on the literal Oedipus complex, Jung went deeper, revealing how the mother becomes an archetype, both nurturing and overpowering. The mother imago, buried deep in the personal unconscious, becomes the blueprint for what love should feel like. And if not confronted, it quietly dictates a man's romantic and psychological fate. The challenge is subtle yet powerful. How does a man grow without betraying the very figure who gave him life? Many stay stuck in that emotional umbilical cord, seeking in women the same comfort, care, and containment they once received from their mother. But what begins as love can become dependency. A man overly bound to the maternal world often lacks the animus of action, drive, and clear boundaries. He hesitates in decision-making, avoids confrontation, and retreats when life demands assertiveness. This isn't weakness, it's arrested development. In practical terms, this shows up in patterns. Men who can't commit, who crumble under responsibility, or who unconsciously sabotage relationships once they get too serious. Often, they're not afraid of the woman. They're afraid of separating from the inner mother she unconsciously represents. That's why real growth demands symbolic death. The man must leave the mother's psychic womb and face the chaos of the world on his own. Books like Understanding Masculine Psychology by Robert A. Johnson help illuminate this journey in ways that feel personal and transformative. But don't get it twisted, the mother isn't the enemy. She's the first mirror, the first archetype, the first taste of love. The danger lies in mistaking the comfort of childhood for the path of adulthood. The hero's journey begins the moment a man looks at the world and says, "This is mine to face." And that path is anything but easy. It's filled with rejection, loss, and uncertainty. But it's the only way to build true masculinity, not as dominance, but as grounded, integrated presence. This inner transformation is the foundation of individuation. A man who fails to leave the mother psychologically may still succeed outwardly, but his relationships will carry a hidden wound. His anima remains bound to the mother imago, and his shadow, full of unexpressed masculinity, festers beneath the surface. The call then is clear: face the world, separate from the mother, and embrace the trials that forge the self. And this very trial is what begins the hero's journey. Hero's journey in masculinity. The hero's journey isn't just a myth from ancient texts. It's a roadmap hidden in every man's psyche, waiting for activation. Jung knew this journey intimately. It starts with separation, the moment a man leaves the comfort of the maternal realm and steps into the unknown. This rite of passage isn't marked by fireworks. It's often triggered by crisis. A breakup, a betrayal, a sudden failure, life shouts, "Grow up!" And suddenly, you're no longer the boy. You're the man who must confront his animus, his shadow, and the world beyond. At this stage, the masculine isn't about bravado, it's about endurance. Think of Odysseus braving the sea, or Neo waking up from the Matrix. These aren't just action heroes, they're metaphors for psychological awakening. The hero doesn't win by force, he wins by transformation. He faces inner chaos, wrestles with projection, and returns home changed. That's the real test of masculinity, not domination but integration. The ability to hold pain, make meaning, and serve something greater than ego. You see this journey everywhere. The man who gives up porn and meaningless sex to find depth in relationship. The guy who walks away from a toxic job to pursue purpose, not just a paycheck. These are modern initiations. They look mundane from the outside, but internally they're epic. They require shedding the mother's voice in his head. Be safe, stay small, don't risk. Masculinity isn't the opposite of femininity. It's the courage to step into fear and grow beyond the known. And yes, it's terrifying. The world doesn't hand out medals for inner battles. But that's the beauty of it. The real man doesn't need validation. He builds his value through action. Through self-discipline, through self-development, through facing the collective unconscious within. He stops blaming the world and starts mastering himself. This kind of masculinity isn't toxic, it's sacred. It holds space for others, leads with integrity, and owns its shadow without projecting it onto women, authority figures, or society. As the hero evolves, so does his relationship to femininity. He stops idealizing. He stops blaming. He sees women not as saviors or sirens, but as fellow travelers. And in doing so, his anima begins to mature, reflecting not the mother, but the muse, the inner guide toward balance and self-realization. Yet as society shifts its stance on gender roles and expectations, one has to wonder, how does this hero's path unfold in a world increasingly dominated by nurturing softness over demanding growth? Gender dynamics and feminization of society. There's a quiet shift happening in the collective unconscious, subtle but undeniable. The rise of nurturing environments, emotional safety, and inclusivity has brought us many blessings. But Jung would remind us, every archetype casts a shadow. When society leans too far into the maternal, protective energy, the risk is a softening of the masculine edge needed for growth. Masculinity, in its healthy form, isn't domination. It's the capacity to face discomfort, take responsibility, and endure chaos without collapsing. And in a world padded with safe spaces, that muscle can atrophy. Let's be clear, emotional intelligence, empathy, and communication are essential. But so are assertiveness, drive, and boundary setting. When society elevates only one side of the polarity, often femininity, masculinity can become pathologized. Boys are told to be nice, don't fight, stay still, while their natural animus energy gets shamed or medicated. The danger isn't women rising. It's men forgetting how to rise themselves. When masculinity is equated with toxicity, young men grow up confused, repressed, and often resentful. You can feel it in men who avoid conflict at all costs, in those who ghost rather than face difficult conversations, or in those paralyzed by indecision. This isn't evil, it's uninitiated. It's the boy still waiting for permission to step into the hero's journey. Without rites of passage, without mentorship, masculinity becomes a ghost archetype, present but undeveloped. That's why works like King, Warrior, Magician, Lover by Robert Moore are vital. They restore the masculine archetypes that offer direction, depth, and dignity. This doesn't mean rejecting femininity. It means honoring both poles. Masculinity and femininity aren't enemies, they're complements. Individuation demands integration, not imbalance. If the feminine is the ocean, the masculine is the vessel that moves across it. We need both. But when societal expectations strip men of their animus drive, or mock their desire for challenge, power dynamics warp. Projection intensifies. The shadow swells. And the result? Adults who never truly grow up, still looking for external permission to act. And here lies the challenge of our age. How do we reclaim true masculinity in a culture that subtly discourages it? How do we honor the mother archetype without letting it devour the animus within? These are the silent questions echoing in the hearts of countless men, and the answers, as always, lie in the paradoxical nature of the feminine itself. The dual nature of the feminine. The feminine is no gentle, one-dimensional archetype. It is, by nature, paradoxical. Jung understood that the feminine, when projected outward or encountered within, carries both the nurturing softness of the great mother and the consuming force of the devouring mother. On one hand, she heals, feeds, and consoles. On the other, she constricts, overprotects, and engulfs. Most men don't realize they're dancing with both aspects until it's too late. One moment she's amused, the next she's a storm. And if that sounds like every intense relationship you've had, well, welcome to the club. These dual aspects aren't just types of women. They're archetypal expressions within the male psyche, shaped by early mother-son dynamics and reinforced by projection. A man who hasn't confronted the shadow side of femininity will either idealize women or resent them. He'll crave comfort, but fear commitment. He'll seek softness, but feel smothered by it. That's not about her, it's about him. His anima is fragmented, and until he integrates both faces of the feminine, he'll keep repeating the same emotional script over and over. This is why some men stay in relationships that drain them. They confuse being devoured with being loved. They think suffering is part of connection. Others, terrified of being controlled, avoid intimacy altogether. Both are trapped in projection. The real work is learning to hold space for the feminine without losing the self, recognizing when the archetype is speaking and when it's time to step back. Reading Jung's Aion or exploring myths like Persephone and Demeter can give you the symbolic language needed to navigate this terrain consciously. For women, this duality plays out too. Many struggle to balance tenderness with boundaries, care with autonomy. They often internalize the same projections men cast, trying to be mother, lover, therapist, and savior all at once. But no one can embody all archetypes without distortion. The pressure creates burnout, resentment, and self-abandonment. Recognizing these archetypes allows both men and women to step out of unconscious roles and meet each other as whole beings, not mythological fragments. Understanding the feminine isn't about worship or fear, it's about respect. It's about seeing the complexity beneath the surface and engaging with it consciously. Because once a man stops projecting his anima and starts integrating her, something changes. The illusions fade, the fantasies fall, and in their place, real sexual dynamics begin to emerge, unfiltered, unidealized, and deeply human. Sexual dynamics and projection. Let's talk about the elephant in the bedroom, projection in sexual dynamics. It's wild how often we confuse lust with love, fantasy with reality, and anima with actual women. Jung knew that sexuality, when entangled with unconscious projection, becomes a playground for illusion. A man doesn't just desire a woman, he desires what she symbolizes to his psyche. She becomes the embodiment of everything he's disowned: passion, mystery, comfort, even salvation. And when she fails to meet the script he unknowingly wrote for her, the disappointment hits like betrayal. This happens every day. A man idolizes a woman's beauty, grace, or sensuality, convinced she's the one. But it's not her he's seeing, it's his anima dressed in her skin. The projection is intoxicating but fragile. The moment she acts human, messy, moody, complex, the illusion collapses. He withdraws, criticizes, or spirals into confusion. And unless he realizes the projection at play, he repeats the cycle. That's why real intimacy begins where projection ends, when we stop demanding perfection and start relating soul to soul. Women experience this too. The animus, often projected onto men, becomes the fantasy of the strong, assertive, successful protector. But when that man shows vulnerability or confusion, he's labeled weak or disappointing. These projections don't just harm relationships, they sabotage them before they begin. One way to break free is through conscious self-inquiry. Next time you feel overwhelmingly drawn to someone, pause and ask, what need is this person fulfilling in my psyche? What aspect of myself have I outsourced to them? Sexual dynamics become rich and real when both partners stop playing archetypal roles and meet in presence. That requires emotional maturity, shadow work, and brutal honesty. Practices like Tantra or Jungian active imagination can help explore the animus and anima directly, beyond fantasy. Books like Intimate Communion by David Deida or The Eden Project by James Hollis offer maps for navigating this terrain with depth. Because let's face it, sex without consciousness is just projection in motion, fleeting, repetitive, and hollow. But when you strip away the projections, when the shadow has been acknowledged and the archetypes integrated, something deeper emerges. Desire no longer seeks rescue or validation. It becomes an expression of wholeness, not a cry for completion. And in this state, the myths we've lived out unconsciously start to dissolve, making space for a new kind of connection, rooted not in fantasy, but in truth. A connection shaped not just by psyche, but by the very archetypes that wrote our oldest stories. The role of myths and archetypes in understanding gender. Myths aren't just bedtime stories from ancient civilizations, they're blueprints of the psyche. Jung saw them as echoes of the collective unconscious, revealing deep truths about our inner lives. When it comes to gender, myths give us symbolic language to understand the complex dance between anima and animus, masculinity and femininity. Take Oedipus, for instance, not as a literal tale of maternal desire, but as a metaphor for the soul's entanglement with the mother archetype. These stories help us name what we feel, even when we can't quite explain it. Every culture has its Eve, its Lilith, its Aphrodite. These feminine archetypes aren't about one woman. They're mirrors of the animus's projection and the ego's longing. The same goes for masculine figures: Zeus, Hercules, Shiva, all reflections of power, chaos, wisdom, and shadow. We don't just read myths, we live them. A man might chase career success, thinking he's being ambitious, when he's actually reenacting the hero's journey. A woman might resist intimacy, believing she's strong, while her inner animus guards her against vulnerability. The point isn't to reduce ourselves to archetypes, but to become aware of how they shape our behavior. When you know you're reenacting Persephone or chasing the Grail, you gain agency. You stop being a puppet of unconscious forces and start becoming an author of your story. This doesn't mean rejecting the myths, it means reclaiming them, rereading them through a psychological lens. Not what happened, but what is this trying to show me? That's where the gold is buried, in meaning, not just metaphor. Modern gender confusion often stems from the collapse of myth. Without symbolic frameworks, we either cling to stereotypes or float in ambiguity. But when we study archetypes, we see that masculinity and femininity are not boxes, they're energies, roles, and rhythms. A man can be nurturing like Osiris and fierce like Ares. A woman can be intuitive like Isis and assertive like Athena. These archetypes live in all of us, waiting to be balanced, expressed, and honored, not repressed under societal expectations or confused by unconscious projection. So, as we revisit ancient myths, we're not stepping backward, we're stepping inward. We're decoding the psychic language of our ancestors to navigate today's complexities. Gender, sexuality, love, power, they've always been part of the human mythos. And now, with projection dissolved and archetypes integrated, we can begin to understand them not as roles to perform, but as forces to harmonize. That's the real initiation, living not as a character in someone else's myth, but as a fully realized self in your own. The Anima and Animus. When Carl Jung introduced the concepts of Anima and Animus, he wasn't just offering another theoretical model, he was revealing a hidden mirror we all carry inside. The anima represents the inner femininity within a man's unconscious, while the animus reflects the inner masculinity within a woman. These archetypes don't just shape our dreams or fantasies, they whisper into our relationships, our emotions, and even how we perceive strength and vulnerability. Many men walk around unknowingly possessed by a repressed anima, acting out emotions they don't fully understand, while many women cling to an animus that feels more like an inner critic than a wise protector. Picture a man raised to dismiss emotional expression. He grows up believing that tears are a sign of weakness. Yet in his dreams, a mysterious woman keeps appearing, inviting him to feel. That's his anima knocking. Likewise, a woman who idolizes logic and dismisses feelings may be unknowingly dominated by her animus, often speaking in rigid, argumentative tones. It's not about weakness or imbalance, it's about unconscious forces trying to be heard. This is psychology meeting mythology, and both point to one truth: we're all more than what we show. Jung believed that real maturity begins when we recognize these internal opposites. The ego resists, of course, it always does. It wants clarity, not paradox. But the unconscious thrives in complexity, and that's where growth lives. By integrating these inner energies, a person can soften their rigid identity and move toward wholeness. And this isn't just poetic talk. Journaling emotional responses, tracking dream patterns, or diving into depth psychology books like Man and His Symbols These are real steps toward meeting your inner other. We often treat relationships as battles between me and you. But what if the conflict wasn't external at all? What if it was your anima projecting onto your partner, or your animus criticizing your choices from within? Carl Jung didn't invent fairy tales. He saw them as maps of the unconscious. Every prince chasing a sleeping beauty, or every heroine facing a dragon, is a metaphor for the confrontation with the opposite within. That's why these archetypes matter. They show up when you least expect them, and they're always inviting transformation. So here's the twist. Understanding your anima or animus isn't just a luxury for spiritual seekers or therapists. It's essential if you want to break cycles in your relationships, deepen your self-awareness, or stop projecting your emotional wounds onto the people you love. And as we begin to explore how these projections are shaped by society, you'll start to see why none of us are as original in our love stories as we think. Projection and the influence of society. Projection in Jungian psychology is like holding a mirror up to the unconscious and assuming it's someone else's face staring back. When we talk about the anima and animus, we're not just talking about internal forces, we're talking about how we unknowingly assign them to other people, especially in romantic relationships. Ever met someone and instantly felt they were your soulmate? Chances are you weren't seeing them. You were seeing your own unconscious projections dancing on their image, dressed in the robes of your deepest longing. And here's where society sneaks in like a puppeteer behind the curtain. The collective unconscious isn't immune to cultural noise. It's shaped by myths, media, and messages we've soaked in since childhood. Movies often portray women as nurturing healers or chaotic seductresses, classic anima projections. Meanwhile, men are shown as stoic warriors or cold masterminds, projections of the animus. These archetypes get wired into us before we ever fall in love. So when we do, it's less love at first sight and more projection at first trigger. You can see this everywhere. A woman expects emotional depth and soulful connection from a man who's never even explored his emotional world. A man idolizes a woman's beauty, only to feel betrayed when she shows complexity or moodiness. That betrayal? It's not about her. It's the projection crumbling. To break this cycle, one must start identifying their patterns. Keep a journal of repeated disappointments in relationships. What do you expect? Where do you feel let down? That's the animus or anima showing you what still lives in the dark. Society fuels these projections not just through romance, but through ideology. Think of modern feminism and masculinity culture as two sides of a projection war, each prescribing roles that may have nothing to do with personal truth. Men are taught to chase power, women to assert independence. These are useful tools, but when they become identities, projection turns into a cage. And it's not just unhealthy, it's exhausting. People aren't free to see each other. They're too busy reenacting internal dramas shaped by magazines, movies, and memes. This is why understanding projection is liberating. It's not about blaming the world, it's about reclaiming the power to see clearly. The moment you realize that the perfect partner doesn't exist, but that your own inner ideal does, you begin the real work. And once we enter the territory of relationships, things get even more intense. That's when the anima and animus stop whispering and start yelling. Masculine and feminine archetypes in relationships. When two people fall in love, it's rarely just a meeting of personalities. It's a collision of archetypes. The anima and animus step onto the stage, often louder than the actual individuals involved. In the heat of romance, men project their inner feminine onto women, seeing them as ethereal muses or emotional guides. Women, on the other hand, project their animus as powerful, logical, or even rebellious heroes. This might sound poetic, but in reality, it's like having invisible actors hijacking your script without telling you. What happens next? Possession. A man under the grip of his anima might become overly sensitive, moody, or irrationally dependent on his partner's emotions. A woman overtaken by her animus may become hypercritical, combative, or emotionally closed off, mistaking confrontation for strength. Neither party understands what's happening. They just feel off, like they're speaking different languages. That's because they are. His is shaped by emotional repression, hers by a distorted logos masquerading as clarity. Power dynamics quickly emerge when projections clash. A man may try to please the image he sees in a woman, not realizing she never agreed to play that role. Meanwhile, the woman tests the man to see if he matches the animus within her, only to find herself frustrated when he fails her unspoken standards. These aren't conscious choices. They're the unconscious reenacting old myths. The hero seeking his lost goddess, the priestess demanding proof of divine masculinity. And no one's handed the script. To navigate this dance, people need tools, not just chemistry. Start by observing emotional reactions that seem disproportionate. Those are often projection flare-ups. Ask yourself, what am I really responding to here? Books like The Eden Project by James Hollis or Women Who Run with the Wolves by Clarissa Pinkola Estes dig deep into these dynamics. Reflective dialogue with a trusted partner, therapy, or shadow work journaling can bring unconscious scripts to light before they sabotage the bond you're trying to build. And here's where it gets really interesting. When both people start seeing through their projections, a new kind of intimacy becomes possible. One where each sees the other not as fantasy, but as a mirror to their own unconscious. That's when relationships stop being battlegrounds and become crucibles for transformation. But to get there, we need to talk about what really fuels these projections, the underlying psychological differences and shadows we carry, often in silence. Gender differences and the shadow. Carl Jung didn't shy away from saying it. Men and women are psychologically different. Not superior or inferior, just different. He saw logos and Eros not merely as abstract forces, but as central expressions of masculine and feminine energy. Logos embodies logic, order, and structure, qualities often emphasized in masculine development. Eros, on the other hand, reflects connection, intuition, and emotional depth, the soul of the feminine psyche. When these energies are repressed or exaggerated, they fall into shadow, warping relationships and distorting self-perception. Men raised to glorify logos often suppress Eros so deeply that they mistake vulnerability for weakness. They become emotionally constipated, stuck in their heads and out of touch with the heart. Women, encouraged to live through Eros, may repress logos and struggle with assertiveness, decision-making, or even healthy confrontation. These tendencies aren't fixed, but they're culturally reinforced. That's why shadow work is so vital. It brings light to the parts society tells us to ignore. Integration isn't about changing who you are. It's about becoming who you really are underneath the noise. Let's make this practical. A man who constantly intellectualizes feelings might benefit from reading poetry, journaling his emotional responses to daily events, or even exploring body-based practices like dance or breath work. A woman struggling with boundaries could try structured decision-making exercises, assertiveness training, or reading Jung's The Undiscovered Self to reconnect with her inner logos. It's not about flipping roles, it's about finding inner balance. And balance means knowing when to lead with structure and when to flow with feeling. What's fascinating is how often people resist this balance. Men fear becoming too soft. Women fear being too harsh. But here's the kicker. The fear itself is the shadow speaking. It's the part of the psyche that's been rejected, shoved into the unconscious, now rising up as inner sabotage. And when these unconscious fears meet another person's projections in a relationship, chaos ensues. What we repress in ourselves, we often resent in others. That's not just a psychological truth. It's a pattern most people live out without ever seeing it. So as we continue to peel back the layers of the psyche, it becomes clear that our shadows don't just haunt us, they shape who we attract, how we love, and how we fight. And for many modern women, that shadow often carries the distorted voice of the animus, intensified by cultural forces that claim to empower, but sometimes imprison. Feminism and the animus. In the modern world, the animus in women isn't just whispering, it's often shouting. Carl Jung warned that when the animus becomes distorted, it can shift from being a wise inner guide into a tyrannical judge. And in many cases, cultural waves like feminism, though born from genuine struggle and need, can unintentionally feed this distortion. When empowerment gets hijacked by emotional repression and an obsession with control, the animus no longer serves growth. It wages war against both the inner feminine and the outer masculine. We've all seen this dynamic play out. A woman fiercely pursuing independence might feel proud of her clarity and drive, but behind the scenes, her relationships suffer. Emotional intimacy feels weak, vulnerability is avoided, and partners become adversaries instead of allies. That's not power, it's a fortress. The animus in this state acts like a defensive wall, protecting the ego but starving the soul. And ironically, what was meant to be liberation ends up becoming another form of confinement, just dressed in different armor. Now, don't get it twisted, feminism has done immense good. But any ideology, when absorbed without self-inquiry, can become a vessel for projection. Women who carry unhealed wounds from the masculine often adopt rigid belief systems as shields. They stop engaging with men as individuals and start interacting with their own wounded animus projected outward. That's why emotional healing and shadow work are essential. Otherwise, feminism morphs into a battlefield, not a bridge. What helps? Start by listening to the animus rather than obeying it blindly. Does the voice say, "Don't trust men, they'll only hurt you"? Or, "You're weak if you need someone"? These aren't universal truths, they're internalized messages, often inherited from painful experiences or collective wounds. Practices like expressive writing, Jungian analysis, or even reading The Heroine's Journey by Maureen Murdoch can open doors to healing this inner polarity. Integration doesn't mean surrendering strength. It means embodying true power that can hold both reason and emotion in the same breath. And just as the animus shapes how women relate to men, it also defines the kinds of men they choose and the ones they reject. Which leads us straight to one of the most mysterious forces in a woman's psychological life, the shadow of the father, and the powerful role he plays in the construction of the animus. The hero's journey and the role of the father. The animus doesn't appear out of thin air. It's built, brick by brick, starting with a girl's relationship with her father. In Jungian psychology, the father is often the first external model of masculinity, and whether he's present, absent, loving, or cruel, he leaves an imprint that becomes the blueprint for the animus. This father archetype grows within her psyche, evolving into an internal voice that influences every future relationship with men. And when left unchecked, this voice can become either a guiding light or a dominating judge. A woman who idealized her father might project that ideal onto romantic partners, seeking perfection where only humanity exists. She might be drawn to powerful, stoic, or emotionally unavailable men because that's the image etched into her psyche. On the flip side, A woman whose father was controlling or dismissive may carry a combative animus, one that doesn't trust men at all. This animus becomes not a partner to her inner feminine, but a defense system rooted in pain. And that pain repeats itself in cycles, often disguised as just my type. That's why understanding the role of the father isn't about blaming him. It's about reclaiming autonomy from his shadow. Journaling early childhood memories, exploring father-themed dreams, or reading Jung's psychological types can help a woman trace the roots of her animus. For those ready to go deeper, family constellation therapy or inner child work can unravel the unconscious loyalty many women still hold toward their father's emotional pattern. These loyalties are silent contracts that must be brought into the light before they rule her life from behind the scenes. This is where the hero's journey unfolds, not just for men, but for women too. Her journey is inward, into the labyrinth of memory and projection. By confronting the inner father, she liberates the animus from outdated scripts and begins to rewrite what masculine energy means to her. It's not about overthrowing the masculine, it's about evolving it. Integrating a mature animus allows a woman to speak with clarity, act with purpose, and love with discernment, all without sacrificing the depth of her emotional world. But the inner father is just one figure in this tale. Once the animus is activated, it begins to shape how power is negotiated in relationships. And when the feminine meets the masculine in love or in conflict, things get a whole lot more intense. Emotional dynamics and power in relationships. Power games in relationships often have very little to do with who said what and everything to do with what's rumbling beneath the surface. Jung taught that the animus doesn't just influence a woman's thinking, it also sets the tone for how she relates to masculine energy around her. And let's be honest, many women unconsciously test men, not out of malice, but because their inner animus wants to know, is he strong enough to hold his ground? Meanwhile, men, tethered to fragile egos and often unaware of their own anima, react with defensiveness or withdrawal, perpetuating a loop that feels both familiar and frustrating. These tests aren't always loud or dramatic. Sometimes they're subtle emotional pokes, sarcastic remarks, cold dismissals, shifting moods. To a man who doesn't understand what's happening, it feels like sabotage. But from a Jungian perspective, it's the animus stirring the pot, trying to provoke clarity, strength, or presence. And when the man fails to respond with centeredness, the woman's unconscious labels him unworthy. Harsh? Maybe. But it's not about cruelty, it's a psychic mechanism. The animus wants alignment with a partner who matches its internal ideal, and it's relentless in seeking that resonance. Men, in turn, often project their anima onto women and then recoil when she acts unpredictably or emotionally intense. But those reactions aren't hers alone, they're reflections of his unintegrated feminine. The ego, caught in the middle, just wants things to make sense. Yet, relationships aren't rational, they're archetypal. If a man doesn't explore his inner emotional world, he'll mistake every emotional wave as an attack, rather than a call to deeper presence. That's where true masculinity starts, not in dominance, but in emotional sovereignty. Want to break the cycle? Men can begin with active listening practices, not just hearing words, but feeling into what's beneath them. Women can become aware of when the animus is taking the wheel, especially during conflicts. One practical tool is the inner dialogue exercise, writing down a heated conversation and labeling which part of the psyche, ego, animus, shadow is speaking. This turns emotional chaos into conscious awareness. And as awareness grows, the power struggle gives way to conscious connection. Still, even with these tools, many couples find themselves haunted by repetitive arguments and patterns. That's because beneath every animus or anima-driven exchange lies something deeper, the shadow. And it's there, in the dark, that the most powerful parts of the psyche wait to be seen. The shadow and the development of the animus. The shadow isn't just a villain lurking in the psyche, it's everything we've exiled. All the thoughts we've been told not to think, the feelings we weren't allowed to express, the desires we've judged or feared. Carl Jung believed that the shadow wasn't evil in itself, but dangerous when ignored. And here's the twist. Both the anima and animus are intimately entangled with the shadow. When either is repressed, denied, or distorted, they begin to operate from the depths, showing up in projections, power struggles, and emotional sabotage. For women, an unintegrated animus often hides behind perfectionism, judgment, or intellectual superiority. It becomes a voice that belittles vulnerability and replaces intuition with control. And because it operates from the personal and collective unconscious, it doesn't speak in reason, it commands. Likewise, the anima in men, when buried in shadow, can create emotional immaturity, passive-aggressive behavior, or an obsession with fantasy. In both cases, what was meant to be a bridge to inner wholeness becomes a wall. The path forward? Shadow work. This isn't just trendy jargon, it's the deep, often uncomfortable process of meeting the parts of yourself you've abandoned. One powerful method is active imagination, where you literally converse with aspects of the psyche through guided meditation or expressive writing. Another is archetypal journaling, identifying when your animus or anima shows up in dreams, conversations, or inner monologues. Books like Owning Your Own Shadow by Robert A. Johnson or Meeting the Shadow by Zweig and Abrams offer grounded entry points for this journey. It's not enough to know your shadow intellectually. You've got to feel it, engage with it, and even dance with it, sometimes literally. Practices like conscious movement, dream analysis, or creative expression can help give form to what's formless. This is where the animus and anima begin to evolve. Once brought out of the shadows, they transform from critics and saboteurs into inner allies, guides that enrich relationships, deepen emotional intelligence, and reveal a sense of self that's rooted, not reactive. And yet, just when you think you've got it figured out, when the animus softens or the anima finally speaks clearly, something unexpected happens. A dynamic appears. A woman tests her man. A man retreats emotionally. And suddenly the work reveals another layer. One shaped not just by the archetypes, but by history, trauma, and gendered power itself. The anima and animus archetypes. It's astonishing how many inner battles could be resolved if more people understood the anima and animus. Carl Jung wasn't just toying with fancy ideas when he said that within every man exists a feminine aspect, the anima, and within every woman, a masculine aspect, the animus. These aren't just poetic metaphors. They're psychological truths that shape how we relate to ourselves and everyone around us. They live deep within the psyche, nestled right between our ego and the vast collective unconscious, often dictating emotional responses, desires, and irrational opinions we think are purely logical. Now here's the twist. These archetypes don't just sit quietly in the background. They whisper, they nudge, they seduce. The anima can make a man fall for a woman who embodies his ideal of femininity, not because of who she is, but because of what she represents to his unconscious mind. The animus? Just as tricky. It can fill a woman with righteous certainty, even when she's standing on shaky ground, convinced she knows best. It's not personal, it's psychological. And unless these inner forces are brought to light, we end up caught in patterns that feel like fate, but are actually projections. That's why self-awareness is key. Think of the anima and animus as inner guides, not enemies. They're bridges between the conscious and unconscious mind, much like mythological messengers or spirit guides. When embraced consciously, the anima softens a man's rigidity, opening him to emotion, nature, and connection. The animus empowers a woman to assert, challenge, and create. But left unchecked, these same forces wreak havoc in our gender dynamics, clouding communication and reinforcing unhealthy patterns shaped by both biology and cultural evolution. Let's get practical. A man could explore his anima through creative practices, writing poetry, dancing, or immersing himself in emotional films like The Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. A woman might integrate her animus by reading Jung's Aion, learning philosophy, or engaging in public speaking. These aren't superficial activities. They're portals. They help bring these archetypes out of the shadows and into the light of the self. It's individuation in action, one brave step at a time. And here's the thing, our cultural conflicts aren't just out there in society. They're also in here, inside each of us. The divide between femininity and masculinity isn't just political, it's psychic. And until we make peace with the anima and animus within, we'll keep seeing their war play out in our relationships, ideologies, and even in the rise of technological advances that try to bypass nature itself. Projections and their psychological effects. There's a strange thing the mind does when it meets what it can't yet accept. It projects. Carl Jung made this painfully clear. We don't just love or hate others randomly. What we're really doing is seeing parts of our own psyche, especially the anima and animus reflected in them. The problem? These projections feel real. They feel justified. So we chase ghosts, idolize lovers, or demonize partners without ever realizing we're fighting with fragments of ourselves. It's the ego's favorite trick, cloaked in self-righteousness. Let's take relationships, for example. A man falls madly in love with a woman not for who she is, but because she matches his inner anima. Maybe she's ethereal, mysterious, emotional. But when she eventually shows her true human self, he feels betrayed. Why? Because she failed to live up to the projection. Women fall into the same trap with the animus, admiring confidence that turns into stubborn arrogance. Suddenly, admiration becomes resentment. This is how projections distort real intimacy. They turn people into mirrors rather than individuals. And the catch is, these projections don't go away just because we read about them. They're sticky. They feel right. That's why Jung emphasized moral effort, real, conscious inner work. Without it, the psyche stays fragmented, bouncing between idealization and disappointment. Self-awareness becomes a daily practice, journaling with brutal honesty, reflecting on emotional triggers, and asking, is this about them or me? That's the battlefield where spiritual growth begins. Not in the bookshelves, but in everyday moments of irritation and adoration. Now here's where things get wild. These projections don't just mess with love lives. They shape ideologies, politics, and even movements like feminism or MGTOW. We project our wounds into the world, then pick sides in battles that are, at their core, psychic conflicts. Masculinity versus femininity? That's not just sociology, it's inner warfare made visible. When we project the animus onto authority figures or the anima onto celebrities, we're chasing unconscious patterns dressed up as moral clarity. So, how do we stop this cycle? We don't, not entirely. But we can become aware of it. We can peel the illusion back, piece by piece. And when we do, we realize our enemy was never out there. It was the shadow within. But there's a figure in this inner world that knows the way through the darkness. A guide, a whisperer, a bridge between the seen and the unseen. And that brings us to the curious and mysterious role of the psychopomp. The psychopomp role of the animus. The animus isn't just a symbol of masculinity within the feminine psyche, it's a psychopomp. That word might sound mystical, and well, it is. A psychopomp is a soul guide, a figure who leads us from the known into the unknown, from the rational into the intuitive, from consciousness into the depths of the unconscious. In mythology, you'll find this figure as Hermes, Anubis, or even Gandalf. In Jungian psychology, the animus plays that role in a woman's inner world, whispering truths, initiating insights, and sometimes dragging her kicking and screaming into deeper self-awareness. This isn't some fairy tale concept. Picture a woman caught in repetitive thought loops, rigid beliefs, intellectual pride, or moral certainty. That's often the shadow of the animus speaking through her, not as a guide, but as a tyrant. The goal isn't to silence him, but to recognize when he's operating in distortion. The healthy animus doesn't dominate. He inspires. He points to meaning beyond the ego, helping her cross into spiritual growth, individuation, and connection with the collective unconscious in a way the outer world simply can't replicate. Practically speaking, one way a woman might connect with her animus is through myth, philosophy, or meaningful solitude. Reading the Red Book by Carl Jung, for instance, or engaging in depth journaling where logic meets emotion. In these practices, she starts hearing the true voice of the animus, not the one parroting societal dogma, but the one leading her toward inner transformation. It's the difference between blindly arguing a point and quietly uncovering a truth that changes her life. That's the animus as a psychopomp. And for men, understanding this helps them stop being mistaken for the animus in women's lives. It's common for men to unconsciously embody projected animus energy in relationships, becoming either savior or villain in someone else's psychic drama. When both parties become aware of this dance, the real healing begins. No one is being used anymore, they're both learning, growing, becoming whole. That's where gender dynamics stop being war zones and start becoming sacred ground for consciousness expansion. This is where the idea of archetypes jumps off the page and starts influencing real life. The animus, as a guide, reveals how deep the psyche goes and how myth and spirit still shape our emotional lives. But these archetypes don't exist in a vacuum. They're shaped, constrained, and provoked by cultural forces. And when we look around, we start to see how deeply femininity and masculinity are being rewritten by the very society we live in. Feminine and masculine archetypes in cultural context. You don't need a PhD in psychology to feel it. Masculinity and femininity are at war in our culture. But here's the kicker, the battle isn't new. It's ancient. Carl Jung understood that the anima and animus aren't just personal, they're cultural forces. Archetypes embedded in the collective unconscious that shift and morph depending on the era. And right now, we're living through a massive reconfiguration of those energies. Feminism, patriarchy, transgender ideologies, these aren't just political hot potatoes. They're psychic earthquakes shaking the very structure of our gender dynamics. Let's be honest, the patriarchy didn't just make women suffer. It also disfigured the masculine. Men were taught to suppress vulnerability, reject the anima, and idolize dominance. In parallel, women were told to embody nurturing while stifling the animus, unless, of course, they could weaponize it to win in a male-dominated system. Enter feminism, a cultural revolt that isn't just social, but deeply psychological. It's the anima waking up and saying, I won't stay in the dark anymore. But when power shifts too fast, the pendulum can swing into shadow. That's why we're seeing so much polarity now. MGTOW, radical feminism, gender fluidity, these aren't random. They're expressions of a collective psyche, trying to integrate the feminine, and masculine in a world that no longer trusts either. Technology has only accelerated the confusion. With transhumanism, social media, and algorithmic personas, the ancient tension between biology and spirit has become more tangled than ever. But the psyche doesn't forget. The archetypes still operate, even under layers of postmodern noise. What does this mean for you? Well, you're already in the middle of it. Every time you navigate a relationship, express your identity, or question your role in society, you're negotiating with these forces. Are you honoring the feminine within? Are you listening to the animus without letting him control you? Are you projecting ideals based on cultural scripts, or are you truly integrating your psyche? These aren't just self-help questions. They're spiritual survival skills in a culture spinning on the axis of unconscious archetypes. So if culture is the canvas, archetypes are the brushstrokes. And while society keeps rewriting the rules, the inner work remains timeless. Integration doesn't depend on Twitter trends or ideological purity. It depends on moral effort, on confronting your own shadow and peeling back the projections. Because let's face it, until we deal with the real blockages inside, we'll keep acting out the same dramas with new costumes. And the biggest obstacle of all, it isn't the world, it's the moral resistance within. Moral obstacles and self-integration. Let's talk about the real enemies of growth, not society, not your ex, not even your parents. The true obstacles live within. Vanity, resentment, pride, and self-righteousness. Carl Jung didn't sugarcoat this. If the goal is individuation, becoming a whole, integrated self, then these moral blockages are the dragons at the gate. They don't just delay your evolution, they actively sabotage it. You can read all the psychology books in the world, meditate in the Himalayas, quote the Kybalion backward, and still be stuck if you refuse to examine your ego's favorite defenses. You've seen it before, haven't you? That friend who always plays the victim, convinced the universe is out to get them. Or the colleague who masks their insecurity with intellectual superiority. These aren't personality quirks, they're defense mechanisms rooted in unconscious shadow. They protect the ego from discomfort, but block consciousness from expanding. Jung called this the moral effort. The grit it takes to look at yourself honestly, admit your projections, and own your contradictions without collapsing in shame. It's not easy, but it's necessary. Self-awareness requires emotional bravery. It means pausing when your partner triggers you and asking, what part of me feels threatened right now? It means journaling without trying to sound wise. It means catching yourself mid-rant and realizing, ouch, that you're the one clinging to irrational opinions. This is where spiritual growth meets psychological realism. And this is also where true freedom begins, not the freedom to do whatever you want, but the freedom from being ruled by what you don't understand. One way to tackle these moral hurdles is through structured shadow work. Pick up Owning Your Own Shadow by Robert A. Johnson, or revisit Aion by Carl Jung, not just to understand archetypes, but to trace how your personal myth is unfolding through your choices. Use daily reflections, not surface-level affirmations, but soul-level questions like, where am I being dishonest with myself today? Or what am I unwilling to forgive? This isn't about guilt, it's about reclaiming wholeness. The psyche craves unity, not perfection. And just when you think you're making progress, the world throws you a curveball, something that challenges your beliefs, rattles your identity, and tempts you to project again. That's not regression, it's initiation. But here's the catch. In a world increasingly obsessed with artificial intelligence and synthetic progress, we're forgetting something ancient, something primal. And that something is nature itself. Nature and the role of biology. Here's an uncomfortable truth. For all our intellectual advances, we're still biological creatures. And no matter how many layers of ideology, plastic surgery, or artificial hormones we pile on top of that, nature doesn't just disappear. Carl Jung knew this. He saw that beneath the ego, and even the collective unconscious, lies something older than psychology, instinct. We are animals with smartphones, and our psyche is shaped as much by hormones and reproduction as by dreams and archetypes. Ignore that, and you're not transcending nature, you're just repressing it in a new costume. Let's take gender roles. Modern society's obsession with blurring or erasing them might seem like progress on the surface, but what if it's actually a disconnection from the body? Masculinity and femininity aren't oppressive by default. They're rooted in biology, but expressed through the psyche. The animus and anima exist for a reason. The chaos begins when we try to override them with rigid ideologies or technological solutions. Transhumanism promises to upgrade the human experience, but at what cost? A soul without skin? A psyche without shadow? And this isn't some anti-progress rant. Technology is incredible, but when it's used to deny nature, to edit out the discomfort of embodiment, we lose something essential, our connection to instinct, intuition, and the rhythms of life. Jung believed the body holds wisdom the mind can't grasp. That's why so many of his patients healed not through theory, but through dreams of animals, forests, rivers, symbols of nature trying to reassert itself. Integration means listening to these primal voices, not silencing them with algorithms and apps. Practically speaking, you can start reconnecting with nature by paying attention to how your body reacts to truth. Do you tense up around certain people? Do you feel drained by digital overload? Spend time in silence, in trees, near water, places where the psyche breathes. Psychology doesn't end in the mind. It starts in the gut, and here's where it gets even deeper. As long as we ignore our biological foundations, our projections will keep intensifying. Gender wars will escalate, relationships will fracture, and cultural confusion will deepen. But beneath it all, the issue isn't technology or ideology, it's how we see each other. Men and women aren't truly meeting anymore. They're clashing with projections that obscure reality. And until we learn to see past these illusions, we'll keep missing the real human standing right in front of us. The role of projections in gender relations. Every relationship is a mirror, but most people walk around thinking they're looking at windows. Carl Jung taught us that the Anima and Animus don't just influence who we're attracted to, they actively shape how we relate, what we expect, and how deeply we disappoint each other. It's not that men and women are incompatible, it's that they're often talking to projections, not people. We fall in love with illusions, and when reality kicks in, we blame the other person instead of looking within. This isn't romance, it's psychic confusion dressed in intimacy. Take a man who sees a woman as his savior, his muse, his emotional sanctuary. That's his anima talking, not her personality. She didn't sign up to carry his inner feminine. And when she doesn't live up to that sacred image, he turns cold or critical. Women do the same. They expect men to embody clarity, direction, or moral authority, echoing the voice of the animus within. But when he falters or reveals vulnerability, they feel betrayed, not because of who he is, but because he cracked the projection. That's where the dance of resentment begins. So how do we untangle this mess? Start by slowing down your assumptions. If you're constantly frustrated with how men are or how women act, you're probably not in touch with the person in front of you. You're reacting to ghosts from your unconscious. Pay attention to emotional surges. That intense attraction or sudden disgust. It might not be about them at all. Try dialoguing with the inner image. Ask yourself, what part of me am I seeing in this person? That's not navel gazing. That's spiritual hygiene. A powerful practice is dream journaling. Dreams often dramatize our projections before we can see them in waking life. If you keep dreaming of a shadowy lover, a judgmental father, or a mysterious woman in white, you're being shown your own archetypal material. Also, read Inner Work by Robert A. Johnson, which offers practical ways to decode this symbolic language. The goal isn't to eliminate the Anima and Animus. It's to relate to them consciously, so they become guides instead of saboteurs. And when we begin seeing each other clearly, without the fog of projections, something miraculous happens. Relationships stop being battlegrounds and start becoming sacred grounds for evolution. But getting there means doing the hard, inner work. It means confronting not only the illusions we cast onto others, but the ones society feeds us daily. And that's where the deeper mystery unfolds, not just between men and women, but between the individual and the forgotten face of the divine itself. The Anima and Animus projections. It's wild how much of what we call love is actually just projection. A man meets a woman and suddenly she's the goddess, the healer, the perfect mother he never had. But it's not really her he's seeing. It's his own anima, that inner feminine image stored deep in the psyche. And for women, the reverse is true. That charming, assertive, mysterious man, often he's nothing but a walking screen for her animus projection. These projections can create fireworks in the beginning, sure, but they also set the stage for disappointment when the illusion starts to crack. The psyche loves to mirror what's hidden, and the anima and animus sneak into our lives as powerful filters. You think you're falling for someone because they're your type, but maybe your unconscious is just screaming for balance. This is where the collective unconscious kicks in. These patterns aren't new. They've shaped courtship since mythology began. Think of Helen of Troy, or Lancelot in Guinevere. Those stories endure because they echo something deeply archetypal about our emotional responses to love, power, and fantasy. Now, let's make it practical. Ever idealize someone too quickly, only to be crushed when they turn out human? That's projection. The wise move is to pause and ask, what exactly am I projecting here? Journaling helps. Shadow work helps. Heck, reading Jung himself, especially Man and His Symbols, is like installing an emotional radar. The key isn't to suppress the anima or animus, but to integrate them into conscious awareness. That's how real emotional health starts, by making peace with our own inner opposites. People who do this work start to notice their emotional patterns changing. They don't chase unavailable partners anymore. They stop falling for the same toxic dynamics. Instead, their relationships begin to feel grounded, mutual, and strangely peaceful. That's what ego integration looks like when you start weaving the unconscious into the light. And honestly, it's not just about romantic love. It spills over into creativity, communication, and self-confidence. It's like unlocking a hidden channel in your own development. But don't think the work ends here. The more we uncover about anima and animus, the more we begin to see how projection as a whole affects everything, from who we admire to who we blame. There's a deeper psychological mechanism running the show, and learning to see it clearly might just be the next step in waking up to ourselves. Projection and its psychological impact. Projection is sneaky. It slips in unnoticed, distorting how we see others and warping the world to match our unresolved inner tensions. One moment, you're frustrated with a colleague. You're sure they're arrogant and dismissive. But look closer, and you might just be seeing your own suppressed insecurities reflected back at you. This mechanism isn't a flaw, it's a feature of the psyche. Projection serves as a mirror, pointing to aspects of the shadow we've refused to acknowledge. The danger lies in thinking it's all them when it's really us. When we walk around unaware of our projections, we're like puppets pulled by invisible strings. Our emotional responses get hijacked by childhood wounds, cultural perceptions, and the unfinished business of ego development. Think about how we often demonize public figures or idealize celebrities. It's not really about them. It's about what they awaken in our collective unconscious. That's why two people can see the same person and have radically different emotional reactions. The psyche personalizes reality, and that's where chaos begins. Jung wasn't trying to guilt-trip us, he was inviting us to grow. The moment you recognize projection, you have a chance to reclaim your power. For example, if someone irritates you, instead of lashing out, try asking, "What part of myself am I seeing in them?" That's self-awareness in motion. Tools like active imagination or dream journaling can help bring these projections into consciousness. Therapy, too, especially Jungian analysis, helps illuminate what the ego resists and the shadow holds. Projection also messes with our emotional health in relationships. Think of the woman who constantly feels judged by her partner, only to realize later that she carries a harsh inner critic from a distant father figure. Or the man who can't trust women, not realizing he's projecting unresolved pain from maternal abandonment. The psyche repeats patterns until we learn from them. Recognizing this loop isn't just intellectual, it's transformational. It helps the ego loosen its grip and invites the self to emerge. And here's where it gets juicy. Once we understand projection as a gateway to the unconscious, we start seeing it everywhere, how we romanticize, how we villainize, how we fantasize. It's all material. And this material, it's pure gold for those on the path of individuation. But to mine it, we'll have to look even deeper, especially into the stories we inherited from those who raised us. Father-son relationship and the projection of heroism. Every boy begins his life in the shadow of a god. That god is his father, or at least the heroic image of him. This projection is primal. In early childhood, the father often represents strength, wisdom, protection, an archetypal figure drawn from the collective unconscious. But here's the twist. This larger-than-life projection rarely survives adolescence. At some point, the son catches a glimpse of his father's flaws, his fears, his temper, maybe even his weakness. And that moment, it's not disillusionment, it's the beginning of psychological development. This shift is necessary, even if it's painful. Until the son sees his father as a man rather than a myth, he can't fully step into his own masculinity. The projection must fall so that the ego can rise. It's the classic hero's journey disguised in real life. The child must symbolically slay the idealized father to individuate, not by rejecting him, but by reclaiming the strength once projected outward. That's how emotional growth begins, by confronting what was once holy and realizing it was human all along. Let's ground this in real life. A man might spend years trying to earn his father's approval, unconsciously reenacting old scripts at work, in friendships, or through constant competition. He thinks he's chasing success, but he's really chasing the father archetype. If he doesn't bring that projection into awareness, he'll stay stuck in the performance. Reading Iron John by Robert Bly, or The Hero with 1,000 Faces by Joseph Campbell, can shine a powerful light on this internal myth-making. These texts don't just inform, they initiate. When the father is absent or emotionally unavailable, the projection can intensify. The son may then seek male mentors, coaches, bosses, or even political figures to fill that psychic void. And the emotional responses that come with it? They're charged, often irrational, and deeply rooted in unmet childhood needs. That's not weakness, it's the shadow at play. True self-awareness emerges when a man starts seeing how his animus, ego, and unprocessed projections shape his sense of masculinity. And let's not forget, this dance of projection doesn't stop with fathers. The way we relate to any authority figure, especially those who trigger our ambition or resentment, carries traces of that same father-son blueprint. The psyche doesn't erase old patterns, it recycles them. And if we look a little closer, we might start seeing just how entangled our ego is in trying to measure up to ghosts. Ego and the process of self-integration. The ego loves to play the lead role. It crafts a polished identity, curates our likes and dislikes, and fiercely defends what it believes to be true. But here's the catch, it's only a fragment of the full story. Much of who we are lies hidden beneath the surface, tangled in projections, archetypes, and unconscious drives. When the ego clings to control, it disconnects from the deeper self. That's why self-integration feels less like gaining something new and more like remembering what was forgotten. Most people resist this work because it feels like death of certainty, of identity, of comfort. But really it's a rebirth. Integrating the ego doesn't mean annihilating it. It means softening its grip so that the shadow can speak, the anima can move, and the unconscious can inform conscious choices. This process invites emotional health and resilience. It's like updating your operating system, not by force, but by allowing previously rejected parts of the psyche to be seen and felt. Let's say someone constantly feels rejected in relationships. They might blame partners, friends, even society, but the deeper truth could be that they've rejected parts of themselves. Maybe their femininity, or vulnerability, or creativity was dismissed early on, and now those traits live in the shadow. Integration means sitting with those qualities and saying, "You're allowed here." Practices like shadow journaling, dream analysis, and breath work help facilitate this conversation between the ego and the deeper psyche. Ego integration also shifts the way we handle emotional responses. Instead of reacting from wounded archetypes or cultural perceptions of masculinity and femininity, we begin responding from a place of balance. That's the difference between a man who lashes out when challenged and one who pauses, reflects, and meets conflict with grounded strength. One is ruled by unconscious projection, the other by integrated self-awareness. And this transformation? It's not theoretical, it's felt in the gut, in the heart, in every interaction. But here's the real kicker. Even when we think we've got it all figured out, the ego has a funny way of sneaking back in. It wears new costumes, spiritual pride, moral superiority, or even wokeness. That's why integration is never finished. It's an ongoing dance between light and shadow, between persona and soul. And in this dance, the archetypes themselves begin to reveal something we've only just started to understand. The role of archetypes in personal development. Archetypes are like invisible maps etched into the human psyche. They guide us long before we realize it, showing up in our dreams, our relationships, and the myths we're drawn to. The Anima and Animus are among the most potent of these archetypes, shaping how we relate to the world and to ourselves. When someone constantly attracts emotionally unavailable partners, or gets stuck playing the rescuer in every situation, it's often an archetype acting out a script in the background. Recognizing this isn't a defeat, it's the beginning of liberation. These universal patterns emerge from the collective unconscious, meaning we don't create them, we inherit them. That's why they feel so familiar. Whether it's the wise old man, the nurturing mother, the trickster, or the wounded hero, these images don't belong to just one culture or story. They're wired into us. And when we understand how archetypes influence emotional responses and personal growth, we stop mistaking them for fate. We begin to consciously work with them instead of being unconsciously ruled by them. One practical way to do this is through story. Watching films like The Matrix, Moana, or Star Wars can help illuminate the archetypes in motion. Neo is the reluctant hero, guided by a sage. Moana answers the call to adventure. These aren't just characters, they're mirrors of your own psyche. Try journaling after a movie. Ask, which character felt familiar? Which one triggered me? What might that say about the archetypes I'm currently living out? This is modern mythos as medicine. The Anima and Animus play a major role here. The Anima often appears as a muse, a dreamlike presence that stirs creativity and compassion. The Animus might show up as a voice of reason, logic, or inner discipline. When these energies are integrated, we develop a more balanced psyche, one that respects both intuition and analysis, softness and strength. Without integration, however, these archetypes can possess us. We fall into roles, lose our center, and confuse our true self with a performance. But here's the twist. Archetypes don't vanish when you recognize them. They evolve. The more self-awareness you develop, the more complex and refined your inner cast becomes. It's no longer just about slaying dragons or finding the princess. It becomes about reconciling inner opposites, challenging old scripts, and embodying wisdom. And when you begin to walk that path consciously, something unexpected starts to unfold, a transformation that Jung called individuation. The process of individuation and wisdom. Individuation isn't just some highbrow Jungian concept, it's the deep inner process of becoming whole. Most people live caught in borrowed identities, chasing dreams that aren't theirs, suppressing feelings they don't understand, playing roles inherited from family or culture. But individuation calls us back to the self, that unshakable center beneath the ego, shadow, anima, and animus. It demands honesty, courage, and the willingness to question who we've been told we are. No shortcuts, no hacks, just the raw journey inward, where the real transformation begins. True wisdom emerges as we start weaving together the fragmented parts of the psyche. The ego wants control, but individuation invites surrender. The shadow wants secrecy, but individuation demands visibility. As we confront projections, our distorted emotional responses, our idolizations, our judgments, we begin to see clearly. And in that clarity, personal growth unfolds. It's not about perfection, it's about integration. That's where emotional health, self-awareness, and maturity begin to stabilize and radiate outward. Patterns are gold mines for this work. If you notice the same heartbreaks, the same emotional spirals, or recurring sabotage, that's not random, it's psyche trying to get your attention. The animus might show up in your need to control. The anima may stir when you're overcome by longing or intuition. These aren't flaws, they're maps. Track them, journal about them, explore them through active imagination. The process shifts how we relate, not just to ourselves, but to everyone around us. We stop blaming partners, bosses, or politicians for our inner chaos. Instead, we ask, what is this triggering in me? It's a game changer. Suddenly, we're not reactive, we're reflective. That's emotional intelligence rooted in archetypal awareness. We begin living from the self, not the ego. And when that happens, the world doesn't necessarily change, but the way we move through it does. That's what wisdom feels like. But there's another layer at play that most people miss. Even when we start doing the inner work, we're still being shaped by outer forces, media, icons, fantasies. These cultural perceptions don't just influence how we see others, they hijack how we see ourselves. And when those projections go unchecked, they can turn even the most enlightened seeker into a prisoner of someone else's ideal. Cultural and emotional projections. Culture has a way of planting images into the psyche without asking for permission. From magazine covers to social media scrolls, we're constantly absorbing projections of idealized beauty, strength, success, and desire. These images don't just sit on the surface, they burrow into the collective unconscious. For many men, the anima isn't just shaped by personal experience, but also by the seductive archetypes portrayed by celebrities like Megan Fox or Angelina Jolie. These figures become emotional screens for fantasies, wounds, and unmet needs. That's the power of cultural perception. It shapes the architecture of our emotional responses. A woman might grow up thinking she needs to be both seductive and nurturing to be lovable, not realizing she's embodying a fragmented projection of the feminine. Meanwhile, a man might feel ashamed of his vulnerability, mistaking emotional depth for weakness, simply because culture projects masculinity as stoic and impenetrable. This isn't just bad messaging, it's psychological programming, and it runs deep. Let's get practical. The next time you feel drawn to or triggered by a public figure, ask yourself, what part of me is reacting? Is it admiration? Envy? Desire? Projection often speaks in exaggerated emotion. That crush might not be about them. It might be your anima craving integration. That rage? Maybe it's your animus being challenged. Tracking these reactions helps pull projection out of the unconscious and into the light. Meditation, shadow journaling, or even immediate detox can help reconnect you to your authentic psyche. What makes this tricky is that cultural projections often feel natural because they're everywhere. They're woven into love songs, movies, and even dating apps. Masculinity becomes a performance of toughness. Femininity turns into a performance of availability. But these aren't truths, they're archetypes distorted by mass consumption. When we absorb these images uncritically, we risk building relationships and identities on fantasies instead of real human connection. That's when loneliness sets in, even when surrounded by people. And just when we think we've untangled the projections, life hands us a challenge. How do we integrate this awareness into real transformation? How do we stop performing and start living from the self? That's where the archetypal hero steps in, not as a savior, but as a guide. Because the journey forward isn't about perfection, it's about courage. And the hero's path is the bridge between fantasy and integration. The hero's journey and emotional integration. The hero's journey isn't just a storytelling device, it's the psychological roadmap of transformation. Every myth, from Odysseus to Luke Skywalker, echoes the same call. Leave the familiar, confront the unknown, and return changed. But what we often miss is that the dragons we fight aren't always external. They're internal, fear of vulnerability, unintegrated projections, disowned parts of the psyche. Real courage isn't about slaying beasts. It's about facing your anima and animus, your shadow, and everything you've buried to survive. This journey starts when we stop blaming the world and start asking deeper questions. Why do I keep attracting the same partner? Why am I terrified of failure? Why do I feel disconnected even when everything looks fine on paper? The hero's path begins here, where ego crumbles and self-awareness starts. And no, it's not glamorous. It's messy, emotional, and wildly unpredictable. But each step brings us closer to wholeness. And emotional integration is the reward, not applause, not gold, but peace. The anima might show up as a dream that shakes you, a relationship that undoes you, or a longing you can't explain. The animus may appear as a sudden drive to create, organize, or speak up. Both demand space to be felt and understood, not suppressed or projected. Integration means inviting these energies into dialogue, not trying to fix them. Practices like active imagination, somatic therapy, and sacred ritual can turn your inner chaos into compost for growth. And like every good myth, the hero must die before he truly lives. That's the ego death, when your carefully constructed identity cracks and something deeper breaks through. You stop being the person you were told to be and start becoming the one you were born to be. It's not about rejecting masculinity or femininity. It's about healing the split. When the hero embraces both energies, he becomes whole. Not perfect whole. That's what individuation looks like when it stops being a theory and starts being embodied. The concept of the self in Jungian psychology. The idea of the self, according to Carl Jung, isn't some vague philosophical concept. It's the silent compass behind every twist in your personal story. While the ego might shout loudly about who you think you are, the self stays behind the scenes, watching, integrating, nudging you towards something deeper. It holds both your conscious self and the unconscious contents you haven't dared to face yet. Think of it like the director of a play, while the ego is merely the actor improvising on stage. That tension between what you know and what you've buried is exactly where transformation brews. Now here's the kicker. The self doesn't just represent who you are, it also whispers of who you could become. This is what makes individuation such a wild journey. It's not about becoming someone else, but about reclaiming every disowned part of you. The guilt, the shame, the weird dreams you've been ignoring, those are messages. They're calls to balance the dualities inside you, light and shadow, order and chaos, virtue and instinct. When you answer that call, you're not fixing yourself, you're integrating. Let's break this down. Imagine someone who always prides themselves on being good. Never angry, never selfish, never bitter. Sounds noble, right? But Jung would call that a one-sided ego. Eventually, the unconscious revolts. Maybe it starts with dreams of violence or sudden outbursts they can't explain. This is the self knocking, saying, "Hey, your shadow's leaking." It's not punishment. It's nature trying to heal the imbalance. If you want a starting point, try journaling your emotional triggers or studying dream symbolism with Jung's man and his symbols. The self isn't just personal, it plugs into the collective unconscious. Archetypes like the anima or shadow aren't just yours. They're shared blueprints of humanity's psyche. And that's where things get spiritual. Paganism, for instance, projected these archetypes outward into gods and rituals. Christianity internalized them, calling for a moral effort, for inner virtues to face these inner forces. Both paths whisper about a deep truth. You're not alone in your psyche. You carry the echoes of those before you. But here's the twist. The ego resists this integration. It wants to believe it's the boss. Yet real power comes when the ego bows to the self, not in defeat, but in union. That's where destiny steps in, where fate isn't just a script you're handed, but a path you co-write with the deepest forces within. And if you're wondering how this dance between ego and unconscious begins to unravel, well, that's where the story of projections truly gets wild. Ego and projections. The ego loves to think it's running the show, but Carl Jung made it clear. It's more like a flashlight in a foggy forest. Sure, it helps you see a little bit ahead, but most of the terrain is still hidden in shadow. And it's from that very shadow that projections emerge, those unconscious contents you haven't integrated, yet insist on meeting in the world around you. Suddenly, your boss becomes your tyrant father, or your new partner feels too perfect. That's not reality talking. That's your unconscious handing out masks. These projections often stem from the Anima and Animus, those deep archetypal forces representing the inner feminine and masculine. They aren't cute metaphors, they're powerhouses of emotion and expectation. You might fall in love with someone not because of who they are, but because they activated a buried piece of your psyche. It feels like fate, but really, It's the collective unconscious playing dress-up through someone else's face. Ever had a crush that faded the second you got to know the person? That was a projection fading back into the mist. What's tricky is that projections distort perception. You swear you're being rational, but what you're actually doing is outsourcing your inner chaos onto the world. You blame your partner for being too emotional, when really it's your own disowned vulnerability knocking. You attack others for being too selfish, unaware of your own suppressed ambition. Jung didn't just want you to be aware of these dynamics, he wanted you to own them. And here's how. Write down emotional reactions you had today. Ask yourself, is this really about them, or is this a reflection of me? The ego, without integration, becomes fragile, easily overwhelmed by unconscious contents. Projections build up like emotional static, blurring your reality until you snap, ghost, or sabotage. And when enough people share the same projections, boom, you get mass movements, ideology wars, and charismatic leaders manipulating collective energy. That's the dark side of the collective unconscious. What starts as personal distortion quickly turns into societal delusion. Think mob behavior. Think mass panic. Think manipulation through ideology wrapped in morality. Projections aren't the enemy. They're signposts. Every time you feel irrationally triggered or overly enchanted, it's a clue. Something within you is trying to be seen. And if you're brave enough to trace the thread back to its origin, you'll stumble upon the gateway to individuation itself, a process that demands more than insight. It demands moral effort. Individuation and moral effort. Individuation isn't a luxury, it's a spiritual necessity. Carl Jung described it as the lifelong process of becoming who you truly are by integrating what lies beneath your conscious identity. It's not about self-improvement hacks or personality tests. It's the art of walking into the forest of your unconscious and making peace with every part you once rejected. The ego wants to believe it's complete, but individuation whispers, there's more. And to embrace that more, you need to stop clinging to who you think you are. This is where moral effort enters the scene. It's not just about being a good person. It's about developing virtues that allow you to face the unconscious without collapsing. Take humility, for example. Without it, every insight turns into ego inflation. You start thinking you're enlightened just because you spotted your shadow once. Jung warned about this trap constantly. Real growth. It's the quiet kind. It's the strength to admit you're still learning, even when others praise your wisdom. Let's get practical. Say you notice you're always irritated by loud people. Instead of judging them, pause. Ask yourself, what part of me wants to be loud but isn't allowed? That discomfort is gold. It's the unconscious knocking, offering you a chance to integrate. A useful exercise? Start a daily trigger journal. Write the event, your emotion, and what archetypal energy might be surfacing. Over time, you'll start seeing patterns, voices of the anima, the animus, the shadow, wanting space at your internal round table. Without moral effort, individuation becomes a spiritual ego trip. People start projecting their unconscious contents into cosmic fantasies, believing they're chosen or superior. That's ego inflation in disguise, an unconscious merger with archetypal energy. You don't become divine by avoiding your flaws. You become whole by facing them. This is where virtue acts as ballast. Courage to see, patience to sit with discomfort, integrity to act, not performatively but honestly. And yet, the deeper you go, the more you realize individuation doesn't offer comfort, it offers clarity. You become less reactive, more real. But the next challenge is even trickier. Because while you wrestle with your personal unconscious, there's a much bigger beast looming, the historical consciousness shaped by collective energies. And that's where the self meets the tides of time. Historical consciousness and the collective unconscious. Historical consciousness is one of those things people overlook until it slaps them in the face. Carl Jung understood that you're not just a product of your childhood, you're a carrier of history. You walk around with centuries of collective unconscious energy pulsing beneath your choices, your ideals, even your taste in music or partners. That's why individuation can't happen in a vacuum. If you don't understand the forces that shaped your culture, your religion, your family roles, you risk confusing inherited beliefs for personal truths. Let's take nationalism, for instance. It's not just politics, it's archetypal. It taps into tribal memory, ancestral loyalty, the ego's craving for identity. When you see people ready to kill or die for a flag, you're witnessing the collective energy of history moving through them. But it's not always that dramatic. Even your belief in romantic love, career success, or gender roles, those are shaped by cultural myths passed down through generations. To grow, you've got to step back and ask, whose story am I living? A practical way to do this? Trace your beliefs. If you believe a man should never cry, or life is about achieving success, ask yourself where that idea came from. Was it your grandfather? The church? A war-torn family legacy? Maybe it's rooted in Christian virtues, or maybe it's leftover from pagan traditions of Stoicism. Either way, the goal isn't to reject your heritage, it's to see it. Because once you see it, you can choose whether to live it or transmute it. And here's where things get real. Most people aren't making conscious choices. They're acting out historical scripts without even realizing it. They fall into ideologies, movements, and roles that have been carved out long before they were born. Jung saw this as a psychic danger. If you don't cultivate historical consciousness, you become food for the collective unconscious. You'll mistake mass hysteria for moral duty, or worse, call it destiny. That's not individuation, that's possession by history. So the task is to reclaim your timeline, to become not just a product of fate, but a conscious participant in it. And when you start recognizing the archetypes behind your culture's obsessions, you begin to see how paganism and Christianity didn't just shape religions, they built psychic maps. And those maps still live in you, guiding or misleading, depending on how awake you are. Paganism versus Christianity in psychological terms. When Jung compared paganism and Christianity, he wasn't just talking religion, he was mapping the psyche. Paganism, in psychological terms, externalized the archetypes. Gods of war, love, fertility, and chaos weren't metaphors. They were real energies experienced and acted upon. Thor wasn't just a myth, he was the Animus in full force. Dionysus wasn't just a party god, he was the shadow, the instinct, the wildness people couldn't integrate. Paganism offered a way to engage with the unconscious through ritual and symbol, even if it meant staying fused with projection. Christianity flipped the script. Instead of acting out unconscious contents, it began to internalize them. The war moved inward. The battle against sin? That was the ego trying to wrestle with shadow. Christ as the symbol of the self, the reconciler of divine and human, offered a model for individuation. Instead of appeasing gods, Christianity called for virtues, humility, truth, forgiveness. These weren't just moral demands, they were tools for integration, for confronting the unconscious without being consumed by it. Still, each system has its psychological cost. Paganism, for all its raw honesty, often lacked the moral structure needed to contain destructive instincts. It flirted with chaos, with the seductive pull of fate and raw archetypal possession. Christianity, on the other hand, sometimes repressed the unconscious too deeply. It made shadow work taboo. Sexuality became sin. Rage became the devil. And when energies are pushed too far down, they erupt in distortion, religious wars, Puritanism, even modern neurosis. So what's the modern takeaway? It's not about choosing sides, it's about seeing the psychic function in both. If you constantly chase freedom without responsibility, you're reenacting pagan archetypes uncontained. If you cling to guilt, self-denial, and perfectionism, you might be over-identified with Christian ideals. Integration means balancing both, honoring instinct without being ruled by it, and practicing virtue without moral rigidity. It's a tightrope, but it's also the road to spiritual growth. And here's where Jung's brilliance really shines. He didn't ask people to return to ancient rituals or blindly adopt religious dogmas. He asked for awareness, for people to see the archetypes alive within them, and to choose consciously how to engage. Because if you don't, collective energies will choose for you. And that's when unconscious identification becomes dangerous. Danger of unconscious identification with collective energies. When you unconsciously merge with collective energies, you stop being a person and start becoming a mouthpiece. Carl Jung warned that what we fail to make conscious, we experience as fate. And nowhere is that more evident than in the seduction of mass movements. The individual dissolves into the crowd, carried by the emotional momentum of nationalism, ideology, or moral crusade. What feels like clarity is often ego inflation fueled by shadow. You're not choosing, you're being chosen by the collective unconscious. Take a look at history. From revolutions to cults, every mass movement begins with an archetypal surge: righteousness, victimhood, salvation. These energies aren't bad in themselves, but when they're unconscious, they possess. Suddenly, us versus them becomes holy. The ego feels inflated with moral purpose, but it's really being hijacked by unresolved projections. That's how intelligent people justify cruelty. That's how genocide gets wrapped in flags and prayers. This isn't hyperbole, it's shadow work neglected on a cultural scale. Even in modern life, this plays out subtly. You join an online tribe, convinced you're standing for truth. But are you? Or are you just feeding your identity with likes and outrage? Jung would say pause, observe, ask, is this my voice, or am I echoing the collective energy of a wounded archetype? This is where virtue matters, not as dogma, but as a stabilizer. Practicing patience, empathy, and introspection helps you stay grounded when the world wants you reactive. And let's not pretend we're immune. Even spiritual seekers fall into this trap. They project the self onto gurus, movements, or cosmic ideas. Suddenly, their personal path becomes universal truth, and anyone who disagrees is asleep. That's not individuation. That's projection dressed in sacred robes. Jung called this participation mystique, when your sense of self melts into a larger group and you lose the ability to discern what's truly yours. So how do you avoid it? You don't hide from collective forces, you face them with awareness. You trace your reactions. You examine your beliefs. You sit with your discomfort. And when the ego trembles in the presence of something bigger, you remember, the goal is not to reject the collective, but to engage with it without losing your center. Because only then can you understand how archetypes, projection, and identity are woven together. Archetypes, projection, and identity. Archetypes don't knock politely. They crash through your life in the form of obsessions, relationships, and identity crises. Carl Jung taught that archetypes like the Anima, Animus, and the shadow aren't random. They're blueprints buried in the collective unconscious. When you meet someone and feel an intense pull, love at first sight, irrational hatred, deep fascination, chances are it's not about them. It's your unconscious reflecting an archetype right back at you. Identity, then, isn't formed in isolation. It's shaped through projection and reaction. Imagine someone who constantly seeks approval from authority figures. On the surface, it might look like ambition or respect. But dig deeper, and you might find the projection of a divine father archetype, something they never integrated from childhood. That's the tricky part. You think you're chasing goals, but you might be chasing archetypes. This is why self-awareness isn't optional, it's essential. If you don't recognize the symbolic forces shaping your identity, you'll end up living someone else's story. The ego, being small and fragile compared to the vastness of the unconscious, grabs onto these projections for stability. You become the good daughter, the rebel, the healer, the misunderstood genius. These roles offer comfort, but they also become prisons. To grow, you have to peel them off one by one. A good place to start? Write down the roles you play in different environments, at home, at work, in relationships. Ask, am I choosing this, or has it been assigned to me by unseen forces? It's also helpful to study stories. Not just fairy tales, but movies, myths, novels. Pay attention to characters who resonate deeply with you. Heroes, villains, lovers, sages. They're mirrors. Jung believed that fiction externalizes the archetypes so we can see them more clearly. If you're drawn to someone like Neo in The Matrix or Morpheus, or even Loki from Norse mythology, ask yourself, what part of me is this character calling forth? That's where the real identity work begins. Because here's the paradox. Your identity only becomes truly yours when you stop identifying with it. You realize you're not just a collection of traits, you're a living process of integration. And when projections are withdrawn, and the archetypes are seen for what they are, the self begins to emerge, not as an image, but as a dynamic center. But that center won't hold unless you cultivate something crucial in the face of all this unconscious chaos, virtue. The role of virtue in dealing with the unconscious. Virtue isn't about playing nice, it's psychological armor. Carl Jung emphasized that dealing with the unconscious isn't for the faint of heart. Without virtue, the ego either inflates or collapses. Think of it like this. The unconscious is a wild jungle filled with treasure and traps. You don't walk into that space without tools. And your best tools? Humility, honesty, courage, and patience. These aren't just moral ideals, they're stabilizers that keep you from being swallowed by your own shadow. Humility, for example, lets you admit that you don't fully know yourself, and that's a good thing. It opens the door to real self-knowledge, not self-flattery. Honesty forces you to stop justifying your projections and start owning them. It says, yes, that rage I felt, that's mine. Courage allows you to look at the things that terrify you in your psyche without blinking. And patience reminds you that individuation isn't a sprint. It's a lifetime dance with the unknown. Take spiritual bypassing. You meet someone who claims to be all love and light, yet erupts in passive aggression when challenged. That's not enlightenment, it's ego in disguise. Without virtue, the unconscious content gets spiritualized but not integrated. Real spiritual growth requires psychological grounding. So if you want to practice, start small. Try radical self-honesty in your journal. Reflect on where you're pretending, performing, or avoiding. Or go deeper, seek mentorship, shadow work, or study texts like the Red Book by Jung himself. And don't underestimate the power of silence. In moments when the ego wants to react, virtue whispers, wait. This is how you begin to reclaim power, not through control, but through integration. Because when you choose to respond rather than react, you're no longer a puppet of unconscious contents. You become a conscious co-creator of your reality. And that's where destiny begins to shift. Not by chance, but by conscious moral effort aligned with your deeper nature. Still, it's not just about becoming better. It's about becoming real. Because when virtue meets the unconscious, you don't just survive the inner journey, you alchemize it. You turn projections into wisdom, shadows into fuel, and chaos into clarity. And just when you think the work is done, something unexpected emerges from the depths, calling for even deeper awareness, reminding you that the path of individuation never truly ends. Ego inflation and integration of the unconscious. There's a strange phenomenon that often happens to those who begin to explore their inner world. Their ego starts puffing up like a balloon at a birthday party. It's what Carl Jung called ego inflation. And here's the twist. It usually hits just when someone thinks they're finally getting it. The more unconscious material someone integrates, the more they might feel like they're becoming the self itself. But that's the trap. The ego, dazzled by the treasures it finds in the unconscious, can start thinking it owns them. It begins to speak for the soul, pretending to be the king when it's really just a servant. Picture someone who just had a major spiritual awakening. Suddenly they're quoting sacred texts, diagnosing everyone's shadow, and offering unsolicited wisdom like they're the reincarnation of Jung himself. That's inflation in full swing. They confuse a glimpse of truth with the whole truth. And while they might think they've reached enlightenment, what's actually happening is the ego clinging to new territory, trying to avoid death by dressing up as the divine. It's not evil in itself, it's just scared of dissolving. And so it mimics the self, whispering, "I am that." You'll see this in the self-help world all the time. A guy reads 3 books, hits a meditation streak, and suddenly he's a guru. This isn't spiritual growth, it's spiritual cosplay. When the unconscious floods into consciousness, it's not meant to crown us kings, it's meant to humble us. True individuation isn't loud. It's quiet. It's grounded. It's knowing that you're a speck of dust and a spark of God, and holding both truths without inflating either. If you're starting to feel special, that's your cue to pause and recenter. The real work begins when the ego learns to relate to the unconscious, not possess it. You're not supposed to become the self, you're meant to serve it. Meditation helps. So does journaling, dream work, shadow dialogues, even therapy. But more than that, humility is your compass. Catch yourself when you start talking too much about your growth. Notice the urge to teach before you've fully digested what you've learned. That pause might save you from a messiah complex later. And don't think only the positive versions of inflation are the problem. There's a darker flavor too. When someone becomes overly identified with their pain, their trauma, their brokenness, they're still inflated, just in reverse. The ego loves playing the victim as much as it loves playing the savior. That's why integration is such a delicate dance. It asks you to touch the divine without mistaking yourself for it. Because if you do, well, let's just say the next step on this path gets even trickier. The process of individuation. Individuation isn't a weekend retreat or a checklist you tick off after 10 therapy sessions. It's a lifetime process, one that drags you through mud and mystery in equal measure. Carl Jung described it as the integration of unconscious content into the conscious ego, a movement toward wholeness. But here's the catch. Wholeness doesn't mean perfection. It means honesty. It means facing the parts of yourself you've disowned, denied, or projected onto others. And that's where things get real. Because the unconscious doesn't just hand you love and light, it throws you your shadow first. Imagine walking into a room filled with mirrors, but each one distorts your image in a different way. That's what confronting the shadow feels like. You see anger where you thought you were peaceful. You discover pride underneath your humility. And you find that the people who annoy you the most often carry traits you haven't yet accepted in yourself. This is projection in action, and it's painful. But once you catch it, once you stop blaming the outside world and start owning your inner world, you reclaim a massive piece of your power. Now here's the juicy part. As you integrate the shadow, you start encountering the deeper archetypes, your inner anima or animus. These are powerful forces, the feminine or masculine energies within, shaping your emotional world and influencing how you relate to others. A man dominated by an unconscious anima might idealize women or fear them. A woman unconscious of her animus might find herself locked in inner battles of control and criticism. But when these archetypes are integrated, relationships deepen, creativity flourishes, and inner balance becomes possible. You don't have to be a Jungian analyst to start this journey. You just need curiosity and courage. Keep a dream journal. Dreams are the royal road to the unconscious. Practice active imagination. Reflect on the figures that show up in your psyche. What do they want to say? Read Jung's Memories, Dreams, Reflections, or James Hollis's The Eden Project. These aren't just books, they're maps. And you'll need maps for this terrain, because individuation doesn't come with street signs. It whispers, it nudges, it tests your willingness to see clearly. The beauty and the danger of individuation is that the more you integrate, the more responsible you become. You can no longer play the fool or the victim. You see your role in the drama. And while that can feel like a loss of innocence, it's actually the birth of integrity. But be warned, as you draw closer to the self, the ego might start whispering again. Look at you, it says. You've arrived. But the moment you believe that, well, something far more seductive begins to emerge on the horizon. The Messiah complex and megalomania. There's a fine line between awakening and delusion, and the Messiah complex walks it like a tightrope. When someone begins to access deep spiritual insight or feels the call of destiny, the ego can seize the opportunity to crown itself king. Suddenly, the person isn't just evolving, they believe they've been chosen. And not in the humble, sacred way. No, this is the inflated version. The one where they become the hero, the savior, the one with the answers. Carl Jung saw this as a dangerous side effect of getting too close to the self without enough psychological preparation. You've seen it before. The life coach who believes they're the reincarnation of a prophet. The spiritual influencer who no longer listens to anyone but downloads from the universe. Or the activist who starts out helping others but ends up enslaving them to their vision of truth. These are not villains, they're people overtaken by inflation. The Messiah complex often begins with good intentions, but it warps into megalomania when the ego fuses with a divine image. Suddenly, there's no room for self-awareness, humility, or feedback. Just I know, I must, and I alone. Jung warned that the closer one gets to the self, the greater the risk of identification with it. And when that happens, the ego doesn't just inflate, it deifies itself. That's when mental health starts to unravel. You'll see symptoms of narcissism, delusions of grandeur, a sense of being persecuted by those who don't understand your mission. This martyr mindset is seductive because it offers meaning. But it's a borrowed meaning, one built on projection rather than true individuation. And without integration, it becomes a psychological time bomb. What can you do if you sense this pattern rising in yourself or someone close to you? First, ask honest questions. Do I think I'm above others? Do I dismiss criticism as ignorance? Do I secretly feel irreplaceable? Second, surround yourself with people who aren't impressed by your light. People who see your flaws and call you out. Third, read biographies of those who've fallen into spiritual inflation, like David Koresh or Jim Jones, not to judge, but to understand how slippery the slope can be. Spirituality without shadow work is a trap. It turns enlightenment into a performance. And here's the kicker. The more spiritually advanced someone becomes, the more vulnerable they are to this complex. Why? Because the ego is clever. It adapts. It learns to wear holy robes and speak in sacred tongues. But underneath, it's still seeking control, still terrified of its own dissolution. And as this shadow grows, something even more mysterious begins to stir, patterns, symbols, and forces that seem to move through life with eerie precision. Archetypes and synchronicity. Ever felt like the universe was winking at you? Like a song played at just the right moment, or a stranger said something that echoed your deepest thoughts? That's not coincidence, it's synchronicity. Carl Jung defined it as meaningful coincidence, a phenomenon that links the psyche and the outer world through shared symbols. And these symbols? They come from archetypes, universal patterns rooted in the collective unconscious. We're not just imagining connections. We're living inside a symbolic web that reflects our inner landscape with uncanny precision. Let's say you're wrestling with a major decision, and out of nowhere you see an image of a crossroads. Then someone mentions the Matrix, and suddenly Morpheus is offering you the red pill. These aren't just random, they're signs from the unconscious guiding you. Archetypes like the hero, the mother, the trickster, and the sage show up in dreams, books, films, and even in casual conversations. And if you pay attention, they'll reveal what stage of your journey you're in. But don't get cocky. Archetypal forces are ancient and impersonal. They don't bend to ego. They bend the ego. These patterns can be both empowering and humbling. When you identify with an archetype too strongly, you risk being possessed by it. The hero might make you courageous or reckless. The sage might make you wise or arrogant. Synchronicities often come as nudges, not mandates. They require interpretation, not obedience. Think of them like breadcrumbs, not road signs. And like any symbol, their meaning depends on your current psychological state. That's why self-awareness is key. Without it, you might misread a whisper from the self as a command from God. Want to explore this more deeply? Start tracking your synchronicities. Keep a small journal. Write down repeated symbols, animals, phrases, or numbers you encounter. Then reflect on which archetype might be active in your life right now. Are you stepping into a hero's path? Or are you dancing with the trickster? Read Man and His Symbols, or watch myth-based films like The Lion King, Star Wars, or The Matrix. These aren't just stories, they're mirrors. They help decode the psychic forces moving through your life, especially when logic alone can't explain what's happening. And here's the wildest part. As you begin to tune in to these archetypal currents, you start to sense that life itself might be alive, speaking, guiding, responding. Not in a Hollywood magic way, but in a deeply personal, quietly mystical way. And when that door cracks open, you're not just dealing with psychological symbols anymore. You're touching something far older, far deeper, and also far more dangerous when misunderstood. Good versus evil. Most people think of good and evil as external forces, heroes versus villains, light versus darkness. But Carl Jung flipped that script. He said the real battle is within. The shadow isn't some devil with horns. It's the part of you you've refused to see. And here's the kicker. Unless you face your inner evil, you'll project it onto others. Suddenly, your boss becomes the tyrant, your ex becomes the narcissist, and the world becomes a battlefield. But it's not the world you're fighting, it's yourself wearing 1,000 masks. Think about it. Ever judged someone harshly only to realize later they mirrored something you were hiding? That's the unconscious at work. And when left unexamined, this split creates polarization, us versus them, right versus wrong, light versus dark. It's the root of ideological extremism and spiritual bypassing. The truth is, no one is all good or all evil. The self contains both. Spirituality that only talks about love and light without confronting darkness is just a shiny form of denial. And denial is fertile ground for evil to grow in silence. But don't worry, you're not being called to become perfect. You're being called to become whole. And that means owning your potential for cruelty, manipulation, pride, even hate. It's not about acting on those impulses. It's about acknowledging them so they don't rule you from the shadows. When you repress evil, it doesn't disappear. It festers. Jung called it the return of the repressed, and it usually shows up when you're stressed, tired, or trying too hard to be the good one. That's when the mask slips and the shadow takes over. So how do you deal with this practically? Start with honest self-reflection. Ask yourself, when was the last time I blamed someone else for what I couldn't accept in me? Or what qualities in others trigger me the most? Those are clues to your shadow. Read Owning Your Own Shadow by Robert Johnson. Journal your reactions when you feel better than or worse than someone. Explore your fantasies. They're often symbolic expressions of suppressed parts of the psyche. And most importantly, practice humility. It's the antidote to moral inflation. Once you start to balance these inner forces, something strange happens. You stop trying to be good and start being real. You see others more clearly. You forgive more easily. And paradoxically, that's when true goodness begins to emerge, not the performative kind, but the grounded, conscious kind. But be careful, this inner honesty is rare. And once you taste it, the next step isn't comfort, it's confrontation. Because once you stop projecting your darkness outward, you'll start seeing how deeply it's shaped the world around you. Projection and psychological health. Projection is the mind's sneaky way of unloading its baggage onto someone else. Carl Jung described it as the unconscious act of attributing our own disowned traits, desires, fears, judgments to others. It's like walking around with a movie projector strapped to your forehead, casting your inner world onto everyone you meet. That person you can't stand, that one who always triggers you, chances are they're holding a mirror to something you're not ready to face in yourself. And until you own it, you'll stay trapped in that feedback loop. Let's make this real. You meet someone who seems arrogant, and you instantly dislike them. But if you dig a little deeper, you might realize you've repressed your own need for confidence or self-expression. Or maybe you resent someone's ambition because you've silenced your own dreams. This isn't about blaming yourself. It's about finding yourself in the mess. When projections remain unconscious, they fuel everything from prejudice to romantic obsession. But once you recognize them, they become invitations to deeper self-awareness and better mental health. Unchecked projection inflates the ego and distorts reality. You stop seeing people as they are and start seeing them as characters in your inner drama. That's when relationships suffer. You fall in love with a fantasy, then hate the person when they don't live up to it. You demonize authority figures, not because they're all toxic, but because they represent a part of your father complex. Projection keeps you in the victim loop, always reacting, never reflecting. And in the long run, it drains your vitality and poisons your spiritual growth. So how do you break the cycle? First, become curious about your emotional triggers. Ask yourself, why does this person annoy me so much? Or what quality in them feels familiar, even if I don't like it? Therapy helps. So does journaling, shadow work, and honest conversations with friends who aren't afraid to challenge your narrative. The goal isn't to stop reacting, it's to use your reactions as clues. Because every judgment you make might just be a breadcrumb back to yourself. And here's where it gets interesting. As you dissolve your projections, the world starts to look different. People become less threatening, less magical, and more human. That's not a loss, that's clarity. And with clarity comes the power to relate rather than react. But beware, just as you think you've cleaned the lens, a new trigger appears, pulling you into the next round. And this time, it might come wrapped in the guise of a challenge, a calling, or even a quest. The hero's journey and psychological development. Every great story hides a map of the human psyche. The hero's journey, popularized by Joseph Campbell and echoed by Carl Jung, is more than myth. It's a living process of psychological transformation. At the core, it begins with a call. Something feels off. Life becomes too small. That's when the unconscious starts knocking. The ego resists at first, clinging to comfort, but eventually, the pull becomes irresistible. And once the journey begins, you can't unsee what you've seen. You're no longer who you were, but not yet who you're becoming. The first major confrontation is always with the shadow. You meet monsters, external and internal. They test you. They expose your wounds. And often, they were the faces of your past. A cruel teacher, a toxic partner, a distant parent. But these figures aren't just villains, they're mirrors. The real quest isn't to defeat them, but to understand them, to integrate what they represent. Only then do you unlock the next stage of the journey, self-awareness. And let's be real, few things are scarier than truly seeing yourself without filters. As you progress, you start encountering mentors, signs, and synchronicities. These are the archetypal guides, the wise old man, the sage, the magical helper. They don't walk the path for you, but they shine light on it. Maybe it's a book that shakes your worldview, a conversation that cracks open your soul, or a breakdown that forces a breakthrough. These moments are the gifts hidden inside the trials. And if you accept them, your ego begins to shift from rigid identity to humble instrument. That's when growth gets real. Want to live your own hero's journey? Start by accepting your current dissatisfaction as a signal, not a failure. Begin therapy, start journaling, take solitude seriously. Dive into the hero with 1,000 faces or Jung's archetypes and the collective unconscious. Go on a solo trip. End a toxic cycle. Say yes to something that scares you. The journey doesn't need a plane ticket, it needs intention. And once you accept the call, life itself becomes your training ground, filled with symbolic dragons and unexpected allies. But beware, the ego has one final trick. It wants to turn the journey into an identity. I'm a seeker, it says. I'm evolving faster than the rest. That's when the hero turns into a false prophet, mistaking movement for mastery. And just when you think you've made it, you stumble upon something even deeper. A new terrain, quieter than victory, richer than power. A place where humility isn't just a virtue, it's a requirement. Spiritual growth and humility. True spiritual growth isn't about floating above the crowd. It's about sinking into your own humanity with grace. And that requires humility, the unsung hero of every real transformation. Carl Jung warned that the deeper we go into the unconscious, the more we must bow to something greater than the ego. Because as the ego expands, so does the temptation to think we've arrived. But the self has no finish line. It humbles us again and again. Every insight we gain is just another step toward realizing how much we don't know. Humility isn't weakness, it's clarity. It's knowing you're powerful, but not all powerful. That your intuition is sharp, but still fallible. That your inner work matters deeply, but doesn't make you superior. The moment you begin comparing your growth to someone else's, you've slipped. That's the pride trap. And pride, when spiritualized, becomes especially dangerous. It dresses up as discernment, superiority, or higher vibration. But behind the scenes, it's just the ego, terrified of being small again. Real growth means dropping the act and standing naked in your truth. Let's be honest, no one wakes up wanting to be humble. We want to be seen, understood, admired. But the real test comes when we're not. When we're misunderstood, criticized, or ignored. That's where humility is forged, in silence, in restraint, in the willingness to not always be right. Practices like meditation, silence retreats, volunteering anonymously, or reading texts like The Way of the Bodhisattva all nurture this space. Not because they give you answers, but because they strip away the noise. And in that quiet, the ego loosens its grip. Humility also invites collaboration with others instead of competition. When you're humble, you don't need to be the smartest one in the room. You want to learn from the room. You welcome feedback. You embrace correction. You see teachers and people you once dismissed. And in doing so, your spiritual path opens up in unexpected ways. Wisdom finds you because you've stopped pretending to already have it. Ironically, the less you need to be special, the more special your life becomes, not in status, but in presence. But let's be real, humility isn't a destination. It's a daily decision. Every time you catch yourself judging, comparing, preaching, or showing off your awareness, that's your cue. And if you ignore it, well, the psyche has its ways. It might send a humbling experience, a symbolic fall, a sharp reminder that you're not above the process. And just as you kneel, face to face with your own limitations, you'll notice something strange. A new doorway begins to open, not upward, but inward, towards something ancient, silent, and immovable. Eros versus Logos. The human psyche has always been torn between two invisible titans, Eros and Logos. Eros stirs the waters of our emotions, drawing us toward connection, desire, and instinctive longing. Logos, on the other hand, stands tall like a lighthouse, guiding with reason, structure, and a burning passion for truth. Carl Jung didn't just observe this battle, he lived it, and he taught that real self-awareness blossoms only when we begin to notice which of these forces is pulling our strings. It's not about choosing sides, but about realizing that this tug-of-war shapes our destiny more than we dare to admit. Imagine someone torn between staying in a loveless marriage for the sake of duty or running into the arms of a passionate affair. We've all felt this kind of split. Even if not as dramatic, the underlying conflict echoes in daily choices. Should I chase my dream job or stick with financial security? Should I speak my truth or keep peace in the family? These aren't just practical decisions. They're reflections of an archetypal dance happening inside us. And the real kicker? Most people don't even know that dance exists within them, let alone who's leading. Eros isn't just about lust. It's also the creative urge, the emotional depth that births poetry, art, and intuition. It whispers when we fall in love, ache with longing, or feel divine inspiration while watching a sunset. But without logos, that passion can burn us out, leading to reckless choices and a psyche ruled by impulses. Logos offers the moral compass, the voice that weighs long-term consequences and seeks alignment with a deeper truth, sometimes called God, sometimes called conscience. When Eros screams now, Logos asks, but at what cost? Carl Jung believed that real spiritual growth comes when we stop suppressing one for the other. He didn't suggest that Logos is superior to Eros or vice versa. Instead, he invited us to individuate, to allow both voices to be heard without letting either become a tyrant. That takes courage. It means being honest about our instincts and emotions, while also listening for the quiet clarity of our inner Logos. A journaling practice, for example, can help. Write down your desires, then write the opposite, your fears. Somewhere between them lives your truth. And so, Every choice we make, whether to act on an impulse or to hold it back, carries the fingerprint of this ancient tension. Even our relationship with God, morality, or our own identity is colored by which voice we trust in the moment. Yet behind that conflict is something deeper still, something older than Eros and Logos, quietly waiting to be discovered. But to uncover it, we must first look at the ancient mythologies that gave shape to our instincts, where gods didn't sit on clouds, but lived within every flicker of emotion. Paganism versus Christianity. Long before cathedrals rose over sacred hills, people looked to the skies and saw their emotions reflected in the gods. Paganism wasn't just a religion, it was a living mirror of the human psyche. Each god was an archetype, a piece of the human soul projected outward. Mars as rage, Venus as Eros, Apollo as Logos. In that world, emotions weren't sins to suppress, they were divine forces to understand. Carl Jung saw this not as primitive thinking, but as deeply symbolic. These gods weren't out there. They were inside us, guiding the emotional instincts that still shape our every move. Christianity entered like a spiritual thunderclap, calling people away from the chaos of inner fragmentation toward a single, unifying truth. One God, transcendent, moral, omnipotent. No longer were gods quarreling inside us. Now there was one Logos to follow, and he demanded obedience, conscience, and faith. This shift reshaped the Western psyche. It internalized morality, placing emphasis on the conscience over instinct, and declared that the moral instinct was divine. It didn't erase Eros, but it tamed it, often through guilt, suppression, or sanctification of suffering. What happens when someone raised in a Christian framework feels intense erotic longing, or rage, or despair? Often, they believe something is wrong with them. But from a Jungian lens, these are just repressed archetypes knocking at the door, begging to be seen. Paganism embraced those instincts through ritual and myth. Christianity sought to transmute them. And the modern human, caught in the middle, often swings between repression and indulgence, struggling to find a balance between sacred desire and moral clarity. The truth is, neither system is complete on its own. Paganism teaches emotional honesty, but can lack a clear moral compass. Christianity offers spiritual direction, but can demonize natural instincts. Individuation, as Jung described, is the art of reconciling these tensions, not through rejection, but through integration. It means listening when a part of you longs to run wild like Dionysus, while also honoring the Christ within who whispers of discipline and sacrifice. Shadow work, spiritual growth, and self-awareness all hinge on our ability to hold both traditions in the same inner temple. So here we are, heirs to both lineages, one calling us into passion, the other into purity. The more we try to live only in one, the more fragmented we become. That's why the key isn't to pick a side, but to recognize how these ancient mythologies still echo in our daily decisions. And once we see that, we're finally ready to wrestle with one of the biggest illusions of all, whether or not we're actually free to choose anything at all. The concept of free will. Most people think they're in control of their lives, choosing partners, careers, beliefs, as if they're steering the wheel with clear hands and a clear mind. But Carl Jung would smirk at that idea. According to him, most choices are already made before we're aware of them, shaped by unconscious instincts. Eros pulling us toward comfort and passion, Logos pulling us toward structure and truth. Free will, then, becomes a question not of action, but of awareness. Are we choosing freely, or are we obeying unseen gods that live inside our psyche? Think of someone who always falls for emotionally unavailable partners. They say it just happens, but that pull is Eros, instinct disguised as fate. Now imagine someone who always follows rules, even when they're unhappy. That's logos, acting like a moral ghost whispering about duty and order. Both think they're choosing. Neither is truly free. Jung taught that real freedom only begins when we recognize which archetype is acting through us. Until then, we're puppets, well-dressed, articulate, spiritual puppets, but puppets nonetheless. This doesn't mean that free will is a lie. It just means it's harder than we think. Self-awareness doesn't remove the influence of instincts. It helps us negotiate with them. That's why reflection is vital. Not just meditation or prayer, but real psychological inquiry, writing down your decisions, noticing patterns, asking, was that really me? Tools like the I Ching, dream analysis, or even studying mythologies through a Jungian lens can help uncover who's really at the wheel. And it goes deeper because every moral decision is a battlefield of instincts. The desire to lie and the urge to be honest, to seek revenge or offer forgiveness, don't come from nowhere. They're echoes of deeper forces, what Jung called gods within. When we speak of God's will versus my will, what we're really wrestling with is the hierarchy of instincts. Do I follow Eros, logos, shadow, anima, or something higher that integrates them all? The freedom to choose, then, is the freedom to see. Once you start seeing the invisible hands moving your life, it becomes harder to live on autopilot. You realize that every day is a negotiation between archetypes, instincts, and your emerging identity. But if you think that realization makes life easier, think again. Because now comes the real challenge, meeting the gods within and recognizing them as parts of yourself. Archetypes and the gods within. Inside each of us lives a myth, populated not just by memories, but by characters. Carl Jung called them archetypes, timeless patterns of thought, behavior, and emotion that shape our entire sense of self. These aren't just poetic metaphors, they're the hidden roots of our identity. The Anima and Animus, for example, represent the feminine and masculine sides of the psyche, guiding our relationships, desires, and projections. To ignore them is to let unconscious forces drive your life while you sit in the passenger seat thinking you're in control. Have you ever hated someone without knowing why? Or felt drawn to someone the moment you met them? That's an archetype at play, projecting itself onto another human like a movie on a screen. The person isn't the problem or the miracle. You are. The psyche uses others as mirrors, hoping you'll catch a glimpse of what you've repressed. The bad news? Most people never look. The good news? You're not most people. The moment you ask, what part of me does this reflect? You begin the work of individuation and reclaim your power. These gods within aren't gentle. The shadow archetype, for instance, holds everything you deny about yourself: rage, jealousy, lust, fear. But here's the kicker. It also holds your genius, your creativity, your fire. That's why doing shadow work feels like standing in front of a mirror you've spent your whole life avoiding. But the reward is freedom. The more you recognize your internal cast of characters, the less you'll be trapped in emotional loops and moral confusion. And the more you'll trust your instincts without being enslaved by them. Understanding archetypes isn't just spiritual, it's practical. It helps you see why you fall for certain people, sabotage opportunities, or fear success. Once you realize the animus might be behind your harsh self-criticism, or that your suppressed Eros is causing passive aggression, you can make new choices. Ask yourself which archetypes dominate your life. Are you ruled by a tyrant king or a wounded child? And the more you dive into these mythic forces, the more you realize you're not one person, you're a whole cast of them. Each decision becomes a negotiation between gods, each desire a signal from some inner realm. And once you begin to listen closely, really closely, you'll hear something even more mysterious behind the voices, something deeper than instinct, older than archetype. Something that sounds an awful lot like a whisper from the divine. The role of instincts and conscience. There's a voice inside that doesn't shout, it whispers. It doesn't seduce like Eros or reason like logos, but it knows. This is conscience, not the voice of societal rules or external morality, but the deep inner compass that points toward truth even when it costs us everything. Carl Jung saw this voice not as a learned behavior, but as an instinct, one connected to our divine nature. When conscience speaks, it's often in conflict with our other instincts. That's where the real war begins, the battle between what we want and what we know is right. Picture someone who lies to protect their ego but can't sleep afterward. That unrest isn't punishment. It's the psyche's signal that one part of the self betrayed another. Instincts are always pulling in different directions. Eros might crave comfort and pleasure, the shadow might want revenge, and logos may urge caution. But conscience? It's the thread that connects the fragmented psyche to something sacred. Ignoring it might feel easier in the short term, but it creates an inner fracture that eventually becomes a crisis of identity. Jung believed that conscience is often mistaken for religious guilt, especially by those raised in strict moral frameworks. But guilt and conscience aren't the same. Guilt is taught. Conscience is felt. It emerges not from fear of punishment, but from the intuitive recognition of alignment or misalignment with the self. This is why the individuation process demands not just emotional awareness, but moral clarity. If you lie, own it. If you hurt someone, make amends. Spiritual growth is impossible without moral responsibility. And yes, the instincts that challenge conscience are real, powerful, and often beautiful. Eros can feel like love. The shadow can feel like justice. But when these instincts dominate without discernment, they hijack the soul. That's why practices like journaling moral dilemmas, studying mythic stories of redemption, or reading texts like The Brothers Karamazov can help illuminate the terrain of the inner world. They don't give you answers, they train your ear to hear the still small voice more clearly. Because at the end of the day, it's not about being good or bad. Those are labels for children. What matters is whether your actions come from fragmentation or integration, from reactivity or wholeness. And the more you listen to conscience, the more you realize it doesn't demand perfection. It demands presence. And once you start choosing from that place, something astonishing begins to unfold in your life. Patterns shift. Doors open. Destiny bends. Destiny and moral choices. Destiny isn't a scripted drama. It's more like jazz. Improvisation within structure, freedom inside limits. Carl Jung believed our destiny is shaped not by fate alone, but by how we respond to our instincts. Eros pushes us toward indulgence, connection, and feeling alive. Logos urges discipline, integrity, and the pursuit of truth. Every choice we make between these two becomes a thread in the fabric of our becoming. The real question is, which threads are we weaving, and which future are we unconsciously constructing? Take someone chasing success to silence feelings of inadequacy. On the surface, it looks like ambition, but underneath, it might be the shadow in disguise. Another person devotes their life to helping others, but secretly hopes to be worshipped. That's Animus, or even Eros, masquerading as sainthood. The psyche is full of masks, and most people wear them without realizing. But moral choices, honest, conscious ones, start pulling off those masks. That's when the real self, the soul beneath the roles, begins to emerge. Jung insisted that we can't talk about destiny without talking about self-awareness. You don't get to just follow your heart and hope for the best. Instincts must be observed, questioned, and balanced with conscience. This is why individuation feels like walking a tightrope. It's never just about following rules or following feelings. It's about becoming someone who chooses which inner voice to follow, moment by moment. And that choice shapes not just your path, but the person you become along the way. Destiny isn't only personal, it's relational. Your moral compass doesn't just guide your career or spirituality. It affects your relationships, your parenting, your impact on the world. Choosing Eros over Logos might lead you into a wild romance, but destroy trust. Choosing Logos over Eros might keep you safe, but kill your spirit. That's why the deeper work is never about repressing instinct. It's about honoring it without becoming its slave. And this is where the dance of spiritual growth begins. Every moral choice you make leaves a trace in the soul. It's like carving a path through a dense forest. The more aligned your choices are with truth and self-awareness, the clearer your direction becomes. Destiny reveals itself not as a fixed road, but as the sum of your responses to life's catalysts. And the more conscious you become, the more you start to sense something greater moving behind the curtain, guiding you not just toward answers, but toward the deeper question of who you really are. Conscience and the voice within. There's something unmistakable about that quiet voice inside us, the one that whispers when no one's looking, pokes at us after a harsh word, or tugs gently when we turn away from someone in need. Carl Jung didn't see this as superstition or moral conditioning. He understood it as the living edge of the self pressing up against the ego, demanding authenticity. This voice, our conscience, isn't just a nag. It's the thread connecting our conscious choices with the deeper ocean of the unconscious. And whether or not we listen determines how aligned we feel with our inner truth or how tormented we become by guilt. Most people think of guilt as something to avoid, like a bad smell or a lecture from an angry parent. But Jung saw guilt differently. He believed it to be a sign that we are brushing up against a boundary, a moral struggle between the ego and the self. That sting in your chest after betraying a friend, that's not weakness. That's your conscience registering an internal split. When ignored, this guilt festers, mutating into anxiety, depression, or numbness. But when honored, it becomes a compass, one pointing not to perfection, but to integration. In practical terms, this means noticing the little tugs during the day. Did you lie to keep things smooth? Did you hold back compassion because pride got in the way? Your conscience catches these moments not to punish, but to realign. A simple practice? Before bed, jot down one moment that didn't sit right with you. Not to judge it, just to see it. Over time, you'll begin to hear your inner voice more clearly. This isn't therapy, it's spiritual hygiene. Jung tied this inner compass to the idea of the divine, not necessarily God as religion paints it, but something sacred within. The conscience is like a whisper from the infinite, echoing through the cavern of the unconscious. It reflects not just personal morality, but an archetypal blueprint that wants you to grow. This is why conscience often feels bigger than logic or culture. It's not about social rules. It's about your soul remembering itself. And when we follow it, we don't just feel better. We become more real. Still, it's not always easy to trust that voice. The ego, with all its projections, will dress up comfort as wisdom. It'll rationalize choices that feel safe but aren't aligned. And that's where the deeper work begins, where emotional intelligence meets moral responsibility. Because the conscience doesn't just nudge. It demands a kind of courage that scares the ego. But hidden in that fear lies the doorway to something else, something the unconscious has been trying to show us all along. Dreams and symbolism. People love to dismiss dreams as nonsense, random, weird, or just leftovers from the day. But Carl Jung flipped that idea on its head. he believed that dreams are anything but random. In fact, they're coded messages from the unconscious, speaking in the ancient language of symbols. Think of your dream life as a secret conversation between the self and the ego. The more you pay attention, the more fluent you become in this symbolic language, and the more clarity you gain about what's truly going on beneath the surface. Let's say you dream about being chased through an abandoned city. That's not just a stress response. That's your unconscious trying to say, hey, there's something you're avoiding. The city could represent your own inner world, abandoned, perhaps, by parts of yourself you've neglected. And the pursuer? Often a shadow aspect, something you've pushed away, but that still carries energy you need. Jung taught that confronting these dream elements could transform fear into insight and confusion into emotional intelligence. It's the psyche's way of offering spiritual growth wrapped in metaphor. So how do you work with dreams? Don't overcomplicate it. Keep a notebook by your bed. As soon as you wake, write whatever you remember, no matter how small or strange. Over time, patterns emerge. If you keep dreaming about water, start asking what emotional depths you're avoiding. If animals keep showing up, you may be dealing with instincts, power, or the emergence of an archetype like the Animus or Anima. The point isn't to solve the dream, but to listen, to begin a relationship with your unconscious. And yes, symbols can be tricky. One person's snake is another person's wisdom. This is where moral struggle and conscience come into play. Your dream won't always hand you a tidy answer. It may disturb you, make you question your identity, your morality, your desires. But this is the whole point. The dream invites you to confront what the ego avoids. It's shadow work in motion, not as a punishment, but as a call to deeper integration and authenticity. Jung often warned that ignoring your dreams is like throwing away unopened mail from your soul. Each dream is a psychic telegram, stamped with urgency from the unconscious. They won't stop coming. They'll just grow louder, stranger, and sometimes darker. And when they do, that's usually a sign. The self is preparing for a confrontation with the ego, a showdown that might just unlock something ancient and powerful within you. The struggle between ego and self. At the heart of Jungian psychology lies a tension that every soul knows intimately, even if they can't name it. It's the push and pull between ego and self. The ego, that chatty little manager in your head, wants control, certainty, and a clear identity. Meanwhile, the self, the deeper, unified core of your being, doesn't care much for labels or comfort zones. It wants wholeness. And often, these two forces clash in ways that leave us confused, exhausted, or stuck in loops of guilt and self-doubt. Ever tried to make a decision that made sense but felt wrong deep down? That's ego logic smashing into self-truth. You might pick the stable job over the meaningful one, or stay in a relationship that looks perfect on paper. But inside, the conscience protests. This isn't just indecision, it's a moral struggle. Carl Jung called it the individuation process, the journey of aligning your conscious mind with the blueprint of your unconscious. It's messy, it's humbling, but it's also how real psychological health begins to unfold. The ego doesn't like uncertainty. It clings to identity. I'm successful. I'm a good person. I always do the right thing. But when the unconscious starts pushing symbols, dreams, or guilt into awareness, it threatens that stability. Suddenly you're faced with aspects of yourself that don't fit the persona you've curated. You start noticing projections, blaming others for traits you're hiding from yourself. And here's the tricky part. The ego wants to defend its image, while the self wants to evolve. Only one of them can lead. One way to bridge the gap. Practice radical honesty with yourself. Ask uncomfortable questions. Why did that comment bother me so much? What am I afraid people will find out? Then listen, not with judgment, but with curiosity. Meditation helps, but even more practical is journaling, therapy, or conversations where you dare to drop the mask. You might discover that what you thought was weakness is actually anima energy rising, or that what you've labeled as arrogance is just a wounded animus crying for recognition. The real kicker? Most people never realize this struggle is happening. They call it bad luck, burnout, or a rough patch. But what if it's not just chaos? What if it's the self calling out through conflict, begging you to stop performing and start integrating? Because until you face that internal civil war, the ego will keep resisting the very thing the soul has been dreaming about all along. Moral freedom and free will. Everyone loves the idea of free will. It flatters the ego, makes us feel like we're steering the ship. But Carl Jung wasn't so easily convinced. He believed that much of what we call choice is actually the unconscious pulling the strings behind the curtain. Sure, you think you're choosing the salad over the burger out of health-conscious wisdom, but what if it's guilt, shame, or some forgotten projection running the show? Real moral freedom, Jung suggested, doesn't begin with choice, it begins with awareness. Let's be honest. How often do we act out of habit, fear, or desire for approval? You say yes to something you don't want to do, then resent it. You stay silent to avoid conflict, then stew in frustration. This isn't free will, it's programming. Jung argued that unless we've done shadow work, our decisions are just reflexes masquerading as virtue. True freedom requires knowing your inner patterns, especially the ones that trigger guilt, moral struggle, and emotional dissonance. Otherwise, you're just a puppet with a very convincing ego. Think of it this way. The unconscious is like an iceberg beneath the ship of your life. You can steer all you want on the surface, but if you're unaware of what lies below, eventually something's gonna crash. That's why developing psychological health and emotional intelligence matters. It helps you detect those submerged patterns. A great start? Track your recurring mistakes without shame. Where do you keep tripping up morally? Where do you make bad choices and then feel a pang of guilt? That's your unconscious leaving breadcrumbs. Now, Jung wasn't saying we're doomed to be victims of our inner chaos. Quite the opposite. He believed that by becoming aware of the unconscious, we could reclaim power. Not the kind of power that dominates, but the power to choose with clarity. That's the essence of free will, choosing in alignment with the self, not just the ego. And that requires patience, humility, and a deep willingness to face your shadows without flinching. Not to crush them, but to integrate them. This is why so many people feel trapped even when they technically have freedom. The job, the relationship, the lifestyle, it all looks good, but something feels off. That's the unconscious signaling that what you call freedom might just be a cage with fancy wallpaper. And the only way out, a confrontation with the archetypes that dwell within, a symbolic battle that leads not to certainty, but to real moral agency. The role of archetypes in psychological health. You've met them before, even if you didn't know their names. The lover, the warrior, the mother, the wise old man. These are archetypes, and according to Carl Jung, they're the deep patterns of human experience encoded in the unconscious. They show up in myths, religions, movies, and in your own dreams and behavior. When these archetypes remain unconscious, they tend to possess us. But when we become aware of them, they become tools for psychological health, emotional intelligence, and spiritual growth. Take the Anima and Animus, for example. These are inner representations of the opposite gender that live in every psyche. For a man, the anima often appears through moods, intuition, or emotional sensitivity. For a woman, the animus may emerge as inner authority or intellectual confidence. If repressed or projected, they distort relationships. But when integrated, they bring depth, empathy, and wholeness. That's not just theory, that's transformation. Next time you're overwhelmed by attraction, irrational anger, or confusion in love, ask, is this really me or an archetype acting out? Working with archetypes isn't about controlling them, it's about dialoguing with them. Start by noticing patterns. Are you always the hero, rescuing others while ignoring your own needs? Or the rebel, always resisting structure? These aren't just habits, they're psychic energies. The key is to witness them without judgment. Jung suggested active imagination as one tool, visualizing conversations with these inner figures, writing letters to them, or even drawing them. It might sound strange, but it taps into the unconscious in a way logic can't touch. And it matters deeply. Ignoring archetypes leads to imbalance. You might develop an inflated ego, repress your conscience, or fall into moral struggle without understanding why. But when these energies are made conscious, you begin to see the architecture of your own mind. The ego softens. Emotional intelligence increases. You start making choices not out of compulsion, but from clarity. You become more whole, not perfect, but integrated. Less of a puppet, more of a conductor working in harmony with a vast inner orchestra. This process, of course, doesn't happen overnight. Archetypes aren't light switches, they're living forces. And once awakened, they don't just sit quietly. They challenge, provoke, and sometimes unsettle your identity. But that discomfort? It's a sign of growth. A sign that your unconscious is inviting you to see more, to discover what's been hidden in plain sight all along. Guilt and moral struggle. Guilt isn't just a burden, it's a message. Carl Jung viewed guilt not as a moral failure, but as a psychological signal that something in the psyche is out of alignment. It's the conscience raising a red flag when the ego strays from the path of the self. You feel it in your chest, like a weight or a quiet ache that doesn't go away with excuses. It's not there to punish, it's there to wake you up. Guilt, in this light, becomes one of the most honest emotions we have. Think about the last time you felt guilty. Maybe it was something small, interrupting someone, breaking a promise, staying silent when you should have spoken up. Now ask yourself, was that moment really about what happened? Or was it about a part of you feeling disrespected or unseen by your own behavior? Jung believed that guilt often points to a deeper moral struggle between the ego's choices and the self's expectations. It's the emotional consequence of betraying your internal moral code, whether you admit it or not. But here's the catch. We often deal with guilt the wrong way. Some people suppress it, acting like it doesn't matter. Others wallow in it, turning it into self-punishment. Neither helps. The goal isn't to avoid guilt, it's to listen to it. If you feel guilt after gossiping, for instance, don't just promise to stop. Ask why you did it. Was it projection? Was it envy? Was it a need for validation? That kind of self-inquiry transforms guilt into growth. It turns shame into conscience and moral struggle into spiritual direction. Guilt then becomes a teacher. It's not just about what's right or wrong. It's about congruence with your deeper self. Jung would say that ignoring guilt is like ignoring pain from a wound. It doesn't go away. It just festers. And over time, repressed guilt becomes depression, anxiety, or chronic emotional dissonance. That's why emotional intelligence isn't just about regulating feelings. It's about understanding what they're trying to tell you. Guilt is your inner compass saying, you're off course. Adjust. This is especially important in a world that encourages ego over essence, image over integrity. The more disconnected we are from our inner life, the easier it is to violate our conscience and then numb out. But guilt won't stay quiet forever. It waits. It simmers. Until one day, it forces us to look in the mirror and begin a deeper reckoning with the forces inside us that we've been too busy, too afraid, or too proud to confront. Religion and the will of God. When people hit a moral wall, they often look up. Whether it's praying in desperation or searching sacred texts for answers, religion steps in where conscience feels overwhelmed. Carl Jung didn't dismiss this tendency, he honored it. He saw religion not as superstition, but as a symbolic structure through which the unconscious expresses itself. The idea of the will of God, in Jungian terms, often reflects the deeper voice of the self trying to guide the ego toward integrity and inner wholeness. But let's not romanticize it. Religion can both awaken and imprison. For some, it becomes a sacred mirror, helping them interpret guilt, dreams, and moral struggle in a meaningful way. For others, it becomes rigid dogma that replaces self-inquiry with blind obedience. The difference? Emotional intelligence. If you're using God as a scapegoat for your choices, God told me to do this. It's not my will, it's His. You're outsourcing your moral freedom. Jung would challenge that. He'd say, whose God are you hearing? And does it sound like your conscience or your ego in disguise? The healthiest spiritual paths invite dialogue with the divine, not dependency. They encourage shadow work, honest confession, and the integration of archetypes like the wise old man, the hero, or even the trickster. Religion, when internalized, becomes a moral ecosystem where symbols come alive. You don't just follow commandments, you confront projections. You don't just seek salvation, you face the unconscious. That's not easy, but it's real. And it brings guilt, morality, and identity into meaningful alignment. One powerful practice? Reflect on your personal image of God. Is it a punishing father, a distant force, a loving presence, or something else entirely? That image reveals your psychological architecture. Jung suggested that God images evolve with our consciousness. As your relationship with the unconscious deepens, so does your conception of the divine. And that, in turn, reshapes how you interpret moral responsibility, not as obedience to an external authority, but as fidelity to your own integrated self. Ultimately, Jung believed that the will of God isn't found in avoiding sin. It's found in the courage to become whole. That might mean going through guilt, confronting projections, and challenging moral certainties that no longer serve. Religion, in this way, becomes a sacred container, not for controlling behavior, but for transforming it. And once that inner transformation begins, something fascinating tends to follow. The emergence of a different kind of voice, one less divine command and more archetypal confrontation. Nietzsche and moral relativity. Nietzsche didn't come to play. When he declared that God is dead, he wasn't cheering, he was warning. With the collapse of traditional religious values, people were left to navigate morality without a compass. Carl Jung picked up where Nietzsche left off, recognizing that once external moral structures dissolve, we're forced to face the wild terrain of the psyche. No more rules, no more easy answers, just conscience, shadow, and the terrifying freedom of having to decide what kind of person you want to become. This is where moral relativity gets tricky. Nietzsche saw morality as a construct, something shaped by history, power, and culture. He urged people to become creators of their own values. But Jung took it a step deeper. What if your values aren't truly yours until you've confronted your unconscious? Until you've faced your projections, integrated your shadow, and reconciled Anima and Animus, you're not creating morality, you're recycling it. Emotional intelligence becomes your only shield against turning relativism into chaos. Take the person who claims to follow their truth, but burns every bridge in the process. or the one who throws off guilt by dismissing it as social conditioning. That's not individuation. That's avoidance dressed as authenticity. Jung warned that abandoning all external morality without cultivating internal conscience leads to spiritual narcissism. You end up worshiping the ego instead of the self. And instead of freedom, you get fragmentation, where identity becomes a performance rather than an expression of integrated being. The real challenge? Creating a moral framework that honors both freedom and depth, one that listens to conscience without becoming enslaved by guilt, and that explores the unconscious without falling into moral anarchy. You might ask, what principles would I still hold if no one were watching? That's where Nietzsche's will to power meets Jung's moral struggle. And the power in question isn't over others. It's the power to govern yourself with truth, responsibility, and psychological health. So the next time you're tempted to throw out tradition, pause. Ask yourself if you're rejecting an illusion or running from your own shadow. Jung didn't ask you to return to old religions. He asked you to confront the gods within, to let the unconscious reveal a morality born not from fear, but from self-awareness. And that kind of morality, it doesn't come with commandments. It comes with dreams, guilt, archetypes, and a deeper call that you're just beginning to hear. Psychological health through emotional intelligence. When we talk about psychological health, people usually think of therapy, stress management, or maybe getting enough sleep. Important? Absolutely. But Carl Jung pointed towards something deeper, something at the core of emotional well-being, integration. And the gateway to that integration? Emotional intelligence. It's not just about controlling emotions, it's about understanding what they mean, where they come from, and how they guide you through the maze of conscience, ego, and the unconscious. Think of your emotions as messengers from the self. Anger might signal a boundary violation. Sadness could point to a disconnection from meaning. Even envy can reveal neglected parts of your identity, the ones you've projected onto others. Jung taught that if you ignore these signals, you remain split. The shadow grows, guilt festers, and you live at the mercy of unacknowledged archetypes. But when you develop emotional intelligence, those same emotions become teachers, offering insights that logic alone can't provide. Want to build that intelligence? Start simple. Name what you're feeling, and then ask why. Practice pausing before reacting. Journal not just about what happened, but what it stirred in you. Read Jung's Modern Man in Search of a Soul, or Goleman's Emotional Intelligence to sharpen your awareness. And above all, treat your emotions not as enemies, but as guides from the unconscious. They're not random, they're deeply symbolic. They carry the myths, the archetypes, even the moral dilemmas that shape who you are becoming. What's fascinating is how emotional intelligence ties into individuation. As you learn to hold conflicting emotions, love and rage, guilt and desire, you become less fragmented. You stop chasing perfection and start embodying wholeness. The conscience no longer shouts over repressed guilt. It becomes a calm inner compass. The ego no longer dominates, it dialogues. The self no longer hides, it leads. This isn't just mental health. It's spiritual growth. And it's where the real healing begins. Because in the end, emotional intelligence isn't just about feeling better. It's about seeing deeper. It's how you distinguish between a passing mood and a call from the unconscious. It's how you hear the animus whispering in doubt, or the anima grieving in silence. And once you learn that language, the psyche begins to open new doors, doors that just might lead to a new kind of voice entirely, one that speaks not in symbols or struggles, but in stillness.